Um, yeah, interesting sell-off at open. Give me a sec. I just gotta get the camera and shit set up and get a coffee. Is there some trading deal announcement? Um, hmm. There was a statement that the U.S. tells the UK it has to spend 5% more on defense. And then Trump is having a phone call with Xi right now, according to China's Chinese state media. Data bad? Yeah, it wasn't good. Um, EU PPI came in a little bit lower. And then the EU cut rates again. But imports fell pretty hard. Uh, Initial jobless claims weren't particularly great. Non-farm productivity and unit labor costs were awful. We'll see though. We didn't take that big of a hit. NFP tomorrow is just becoming more important as the week has moved along. Yeah, yeah. That increase in event vol though is um maybe the only thing pushing back against the massive charm flows that are supporting spot right now. Like even charm into this Friday is pretty fucking supportive. It's a weird way of putting it, Grim too. Let's see. Enfe is still not breaking above 45. Yes, so far still holding the same range from yesterday. Well, there's a little bit of negative gamma down here. Getting through this range where delta sucks is going to be tough though. From like 55 or 65 down to 55. 6,000 calls pre-market were half the price at the same spot price as now. Hmm. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I mean, look at the fucking vol on the 6,000 strike. Ooh, 60 test. That's fun. Hold on. Start to run into some sold puts to the downside at 50 and 45. Bot puts here at spot. There's some in the money sold calls too. Maybe carried over from the pre-market. Looks like they're selling with 50 pretty heavily, but there's some more puts being bought under 50. Down to like 25, 30. Still very low numbers though. Kind of low volume overall. ES failed 59.75. 59.52 is the next downside test. Holy fuck, Gamma Strike's awesome. Looks like Grim Cheese might get his wish. Did something relevant happen? No. I mean, I think the ECB is like done cutting rates. My shirt's off right now, Grim Tea. I don't know what you're talking about. But Trump and Xi are supposedly having a trade, a call on trade currently. The outcome of which is unknown. And even if we find out the outcome, one party or the other may just be lying. Nice, Dork. Or maybe your tea's gone cold and you're wondering why. My tea's cold because I put ice in it. My tea's cold because there's no real drama in my life. Carl's tea is also still cold. That's a different issue. Local support 59, 50, and 40. Um, 50 and 30, I think. It's actually a decent amount of downside again. Like, gamma keeps falling off under 50. Maybe like 45, 50, but um, losing 50 would be pretty bad. I keep getting ads for hymns, but I don't have ED. Is this foreshadowing? Huh. That's a good question. Don't have ED yet. Well, I think that's what he was asking. Maybe it's just like side shadowing. Those pills are fun, even if you don't have ED. Maybe it's just an illusion, but with an A. Not illusion. Illusion. I'm not bald, but if I'm developing a widow's peak, is that for if your lover's lost at sea? Or just on your forehead? It's an illusion, Michael. An illusion is something a magician does for money. Wait, magicians get paid? on my forehead, but I wish I had a widow's walk. I'd trade stocks up there. That'd be neat. You could trade stocks and sing sad Irish songs. Have you guys ever seen the IT crowd? If you haven't, you should. And if you do, you need to watch the episode where Jen dates the magician. But he's not a magician. He just looks like one. Why is IV so high on the zero DTEs? Well, Trump's talking to Xi right now, and we have NFP and unemployment tomorrow. Did you not see the fucking term structure this week? I thought I put it in Pickles Picks. Oh, that's right. You wouldn't have seen Pickles Picks. Because you're a bastard. Yeah, look at fucking tomorrow's IV. Woo. Okay, but I rewatched that David Blaine Street Magic shit. It was still funny. It's a little bit of demand for volatility to the downside out to like 5,800 here. For tomorrow's expiration. But yeah, fucking IV spikes hard tomorrow. That seems to just be starting early. And there's the 50 test. Nice. So this range is pretty important. 50, 45. If we slip 45, we can just keep going down. Delta down here is better than it was last night too. It's a little bit more filled in. So, and then this could kind of prevent us from moving back up again. The lack of delta to the upside. This is a weird spot, to be honest. There's some bot puts, 40, 35, but some at the money bot calls at 50 and 55. So maybe a little bounce. We'll see where that goes. Oh, there we go. Cheez-Its? They gotta hedge up in case Trump comes out of this call saying China is re-embargoed. Yeah, yeah. What if he just says Riri? And I guess we'll never know. Is this bullish? Not particularly. Charm is still slightly supportive here, but is not if we fall under 45. Yeah, still a few bot puts below spot. Some 50s coming in on this failure. Not too much on the bot calls to the upside. Some 55 puts coming in now. Did we already cover the whole range for the day so we can settle back into chop at 59.75? I actually think our range for chop is a little lower now because remember that like the fucking uh like weird pockets of delta like on either side of 50. There was like those two pockets of delta. So we could end up getting kind of stuck here between like 50 and 75. Or we could fail 50 and get stuck down here between like 30 and 50. It's really just a question of how supportive 50 is going to be. Because the delta in this range is like really shitty. And so is the delta in this range. Although this has picked up a bit. I still think that, yeah, this padding on either side of 50 is going to be protective of us moving further down. But closing in that lower range, like 30 to 50, would mean probably a retest of 5,900 if NFP is shitty tomorrow. Yeah, I could turn Discord on. Hold on. I need to like fucking turn my camera on and shit and lights. I've been trying to hold off buying calls all week so I don't buy the top. My body's ready to buy calls to the bounce to the sticky level yesterday. I'm getting good, right? Right. Maybe. It's a pretty good indication of when calls get better, which is probably above 70. You can buy them down here. It's just a little dangerous. You need to be a bit more careful with them here in case price falls back or these bounces fail. I will say there's still a little bit of call buying at 65. And some of the short calls up at like 80 and 90 are closing. No one needs to see you. Don't turn on the lights. I agree. Delta boobies? Immature. I don't think anyone cares what Elon tweets. I feel like Gherk today, not because of trading, but because of allergies. I also feel like me because of allergies. How dare you call anyone in the pickle jar immature? We don't like hearing obvious things. Yes, you do. Ooh, Tesla lost 330. Nice. Gap fill? The fuck is a repelling level? This isn't rock climbing, Cooley. Don't just make up words. You mean resistance? Is it now a resistance? Yes. Tesla range down? That's a good question. I can just check that intraday data, huh? Looks like there's a little bit of support at 310. And here at 315. Maybe he doesn't pick up too much of the downside from here. So might find some support here. Although it has slipped it a bit. Yeah, I'd probably see what happens on the retest at 15 here. If it starts to break up, it might retest to like 320 and then fail again. Probably not going much lower than 310 in the short term. There's plenty of room down overall. 291. It's gonna be upside resistance now. If it falls under 300, the longs will start to squeeze. Quite a lot of. Look at all that fucking delta down there. Interesting. He meant repel like magnets, not rock climbing. Well, given that he didn't spell it with an A, that might be true. But then why wouldn't he call it a repulsion level? I just assumed he misspelled repel. Like, words are tough in here today. They always are. Gherkin gold. I'm so bullish on gold. Interesting. Yeah, the dollar's taking a little bit of a hit with the EU rate cuts this morning. And the shitty data. Silver seems to be squeezing. Just a lot of shorts. All right. Got that fixed. I have acquired the sacred text exploring general equilibrium. I'm having doubts while skimming through it if it will actually help me learn to make 1,000% on 15-minute to X-ray options, so I am disappointed. It's really not what it's about, Gilgamesh. Long time no see. I'm currently starting to learn the wheel. What do you think about Intel, Ford, and AT&T to start with? They seem pretty easy for that and good holds. Okay, I don't necessarily agree that Ford's that great of a hold right now, but um, AT&T's been fine, and Intel's probably cheap enough, although hard to say. Those are all fairly low volatility, so I would not expect to make very significant yields off of any of them. They also all have dividends, which further exacerbates the issue of getting any kind of meaningful yields off of the wheel. But yes, yes, it is. The goal of the wheel strategy, which you need to be pretty well capitalized to do effectively, is basically just to not get assigned on pits. Because anytime you face assignment, your growth immediately slows. I still see C's on it, and it's terrible. Yeah, those are not stocks that I would necessarily pick for that, but I book as a trip. Which one? Fisher Black? Yeah, it is. I'm willing MSTR. That's the other end of the spectrum. I don't even know what that is, man. Sounds dumb. They turned off new signups because of AI bot spam. Hmm. GME is a great wheel if you have the money. Yeah, that's not bad. At least the premiums are good. Do you have a stock recommendations to start with? I mean, you generally want to find something that has no dividend that you are okay with owning, and where volatility is at least it either fluctuates like volatility oscillates cyclically, or um, through earnings, so they have like highly expected or anticipated earnings, or find something where demand is generally high, or something that's part of the dispersion trade, so like the bigger tech stocks, or some of the financial stocks or fintech, where you can capture the rise and fall and correlation. If you really want to maximize profitability, you would find stuff where just IV is very high. You could use Gamma Strike for that. So you'd probably want to find things where, IV 30. Ooh, I gotta use the spread. Yeah, IV 30 is lower than IV. Like it's backwards. That's weird. Okay. Well, maybe this one's not too bad. Here's a here's a shitload of IV 30. Yeah, HV is back down at like 71. Or the other way, where you could, this is on the CSP side. So that's something where, selling calls is frequently replaced. I think this one has like some pretty insane IV spikes. Dude, what the fuck? My cat's in my office. Um, where was I? Yeah, so anything on like the positive side here, it's gonna have a lot of like probably CSP opportunity. Yields are gonna be very high. Ooh, that's wild. Maybe not that one. Dude, what are you doing? Stop rubbing on my legs. You fat bitch. Got the boxes. No, shoo. You get more likes if you let your cat join you on stream. Look how fat he is. The cat is real. He's been real the whole time. Anyway, yeah, you could do that, or you could just look manually, which is harder. But if you want to sell CSPs, you want to look for things where probably where IV is fairly relatively low compared to historic vol, but yields on the options are still decent. And then generally you want to wheel in longer windows, not short dated ones. That'll give you more time to manage the positioning. Perfect size and girth. The vat said he's a fat bitch. Yeah, you're just gonna break that and stick your head in a box. He's wearing a box like a hat now. New member icon. Woohoo! Nice. Cat. How is Cat doing? Mm. There's the 70 toast. Hey, Cooley got his call entry. You guys both have the same new member icon. I'm not walking my cat. I just showed him. Interesting, the cat goes in the box right when Todd is allowed back out of the box. He needs his own GoPro with his own dedicated tiny stream. Interesting. For us audio only listeners, did you just pick up JFresh for the camera? Yeah. V recovery based on nothing. Based on trading between 75 and 50. but also yes. Japan's economic minister said there's no change in stance. We want a full U.S. tariff reprieve. The Chinese embassy in the U.S. said China's President Xi held a phone call with Trump at the latter's request. See, for these trade negotiations, it's very important that all of these countries let us know that Trump is begging them for a trade deal. Part of the deal, Gehrig? Yeah. He's got them right where he wants them, indifferent. Bloomberg also used the word begging. Yeah, because it's the appropriate word. What's up, Gherk? I've been having issues with fills on SPX lately. This morning I had a limit order for 620. It filled me at 720. Is that kind of slippage normal? That's pretty fucking wide. I mean, the first things first, I would say stop using market orders to get your fills. I know it's inconvenient, but using limit orders is maybe better. Also, there's a little bit of like illiquidity right now. So, oh, he did say limit order. Okay, no, that's not. Call your broker. Well, he said limit order, but that's not a limit order, right? So I'm thinking maybe it wasn't a limit order, and maybe it was just a market order. When you have a, yeah, yeah, exactly. It was a limit. Yeah, just call your broker. They owe you $100. Is it TOS? Huh. They have a setting that will auto slide your limit to the ask, making it a not a limit order, just a market order. That feels a lot like you're saying that TOS will change your limit order to a market order. I didn't say it was a good setting. Hmm. Bot puts 70-75. Dude. Yep. AVG earnings tonight. No, we failed. It's rejected at resistance. I like how Gherkin was right about the Trump-Musk fight. It did, yeah. It's accurate. Easiest call ever. Also true. Miller's wife, though, was out of left field. That was a bit... Oh, shit. Hold on. Hold on. I had to get rid of the cat. News. China says U.S. should withdraw its measures against China per CCTV. China's President Xi, the US should remove negative measures on China. Was it Basant or Stephen Miller? We don't even know. The US and China should increase cooperation on economy and trade. The US and China should reduce misunderstandings. Xi tells Trump China implemented Geneva Agreement. There's still some bot puts here, but some bot calls coming into the upside at 80. Mm. I'm not trading Chewy. Ooh, fancy. What got said now? Xi and Trump agree to start a new round of talks ASAP. Well, that's the most bullish thing that anybody's ever heard. It's important to dispel disruptions to China US relations. Consensus is reached. Both sides should be able to abide by it. Both sides should make good use of established economic and trade consultation mechanisms. This doesn't sound like an agreement per se. It sounds like China's stance is the same. They're just stating publicly. What's up, Anthony? They agree to the concept of negotiations. No, it seems that China is saying they agree to a full pullback of sanctions against their trade. Which I don't think Trump is ever going to publicly agree to. It's not an agreement. Bullish. It's interesting how it's worded. G says the US should deal with Taiwan cautiously. Dialogue and cooperation are the only right choice for China and the US. And we should avoid conflicts over Taiwan. When is Trump going to make remarks? I want to hear his side ASAP. Yeah. But I think he's got a meeting in like an hour with the German chancellor or whatever. Trump posted on Truth Social, I spoke with Xi. Trump says the call lasted approximately 1.5 hours and resulted in a very positive conclusion for both countries. There should no longer be any questions respecting the complexity of rare earth products. Ooh, that's good for end phase. Our respective teams will be meeting shortly at a location to be determined. We will be represented by the Secretary of the Treasury, Desant, Secretary Nutlick, and USTR, and Ambassador Greer. The conversation was focused almost entirely on trade. Nothing was discussed concerning Russia, Ukraine, or Iran. Lutnick's testifying. Fuck. Alright.
This This is the aircraft carrier shelter you seized.
So far, that hasn't started yet. But when it does, we will pay attention to it. There's still resistance here. A little bit. There's bot calls at 80, bot puts at 75. There's a little bit of in the money bot calls at 65. But not a very big pile of them. So chop. I don't know. There's not a lot of resistance to like a upside move here, I don't think. Like an 85 test. It's going all right, Lawrence. How's yours, man? I'm taking off, but still watching the roundtables. We have another one of those tonight. Resistance at 85. Maybe 80. Yeah. Somewhere between here and 85. Ugh, I'm not gonna make anybody look at that. The ads are a reflection of your shopping, not mine. If you could leave something in a time capsule for future generations to find, what would you throw in? Candy from the 1950s. That way they're confused. Ooh, butterscotch. Werther's? Trolling. No, the real answer is seeds. That way they can grow plants in the arid wasteland they call home. Yeah, PAX is moving up. 6,000 today is still possible. Sure. Yeah, we got some positive news here that ignores the bad macro news. Although I think China and the US are just as far apart on a trade deal as they were before the fucking guys talked. Um, those strawberry candies that only grandmas seem to have, I don't even know where those are purchased, to be completely honest. I've never seen them available for sale anywhere. Why would you sell puts when Ivy is? I mean, Ivy isn't generally high when equities are down, unless they've crashed. It's the opposite of selling options on indexes. Yeah, that's how dispersion works. Why 85 test instead of 90? That's where the interest is? At 85? Resistance is at 85. So, there's not really that much positioning at 90. There's some bot puts out at 95. Are they still buying in the money puts? No. Well, no. There are still some in the money puts. 90 is mostly sold calls. 95 bought puts, sold calls. So a little tiny synthetic short there. And then bought calls at 85. See? Resistance, so 85. I don't know what you're talking about. Anything real come out of the taco talks? No. Some bot puts coming in at 80 right now, by the way. A few down. There's still a couple down, all the way down at like 65. It doesn't seem that bullish if they aren't buying calls higher. That might be true. No, there's still bot puts at 80. More of them now. Why would they get nuked? Because we bounced $3? Bank of America said Hood might join the S&P. Ah, okay. Yeah, that would explain the pump. When we get at or above VN on the monthly, can we still grind up to Gamma Max, right? Gamma Max on the SPXW. I don't think we're getting anywhere near Gamma Max on the monthly. We could. It would require an obscene amount of leverage, which doesn't currently exist to the upside of spot. But it has happened before, just on much larger positioning. So their resistance. It's quite hard to stay above them for any significant period of time. $100 volume on end phase, June 2045C. Did the pickle jar just move the market? No idea. It's coming in still. There's a few. There's sold puts here at 85. Sold calls at 85.90. Bought puts at 80. Some bought puts at 95. Nothing's changed very significantly. There's still big resistance at 6,000. 6,000 is also VN. Ah.
Of the subcommittee with us this morning, and for that reason we will do our questioning under the 5-minute rule. So, Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. I yield myself 5 minutes. You touched on this somewhat already, but I wanted to ask you about the Chinese Communist Party and their effect in this country and our bipartisan concern. From economic
Bot puts
warfare
at
to
95 are
technological
trimming.
threats, China is seeking to obtain advantage of our nation, our people, and our companies at all possible opportunities. Again, summarize what we're doing to strengthen our ability to counter China's unfair trade practices, protect American intellectual property, and secure critical supply chains and emerging technologies.
The Chinese Communist Party seeks to become the dominant culture of the world, and it uses our knowledge, our innovation, and our entrepreneurial spirit against us. It sends hundreds of thousands of students to train and learn here in order to build up their capacity to grow. They copy our innovations. For example, if you see their airplanes, gosh, they look just like the F-22 because they've copied our models and our systems. They are trying to copy our technology, and in the race for AI supremacy, they are behind us, but they are working with the central government out to get us, right? To beat us so that they will have intellectual superiority over us. There is an AI race, and BIS, our bureau, is at the heart of protecting America. And that's why we've sought an increase in the budget, even though we're decreasing our overall budget. We need to arm the Bureau of Industry and Security to protect us and to help us keep key industries away from the Chinese so that they can't just copy us all the time.
The budget request for BIS does not specify any specific initiatives related to increasing oversight of entities posing a threat to U.S. national security. Why is that so?
I'd be happy to detail it either here or in writing, but the idea is to add enforcement agents, agents who carry weapons, agents who go and examine warehouses, examine those people who are exporting, examine the imports, find the particular items, and make sure we have export controls are rigorously enforced. So that is the specific use of the funds, is more people to protect and defend our export controls. The policies the government make need to be rigorously enforced, and we're trying to increase the enforcement capacity because we just don't have enough enforcement agents to do a great job.
Let me switch gears and ask you about the National Weather Service. Kentucky has been the target of floods and hurricane, tornadoes, and everything else. In fact, we lost 20 people 2 weeks ago in my hometown and adjoining area. I'm concerned about the implications of local weather forecast offices operating at reduced staffing levels. Take, for example, the Jackson, Kentucky office, which is currently operating with multiple vacancies and no permanent meteorologist. What can we do about that? What steps are being taken to ensure NOAA's local weather forecast offices have the resources, the technology, and staffing to issue timely, accurate warnings and protect lives in high-risk communities?
All weather collection technology is in full force and effect. Our satellites, our balloons, all sources are in full force and effect. The National Weather Service employs 2,100 meteorologists. Less than 130 took early retirement. It is fake news and inappropriate to suggest a single meteorologist or hydrologist was fired. That is preposterous and silly. Less than 5% chose to retire, and we, using these responsible Commerce Department, sought and were granted the ability to hire those people, the same number. So we will have no reduction in force. Our National Hurricane Center has full staff. And I want you to understand just the last portion, what you said.
The
We
next
have
like
numerous
decent sized resistance is
regional
like
offices,
60-10.
which are generally small. And, they usually have 3 or 4 meteorologists.
A little bit of 6,000.
And these
But
exist
it's not
because
huge.
the data is locally hardwired into old computers with hard drives and green screens. If I showed it to you, you would be embarrassed. The idea is to automate that, to put it on the cloud so that the 2,100 meteorologists we have and the hundreds of hydrologists that we have can forecast the weather from central locations and back up each other and be more appropriate. So I think the technological advancements we will make over the next year or 2 years will totally change these things. But I want to be crystal clear. Every single person, the National Weather Service, we are at full staff, we have full capacity, and we will have the best forecasting capacity that we possibly can to protect Americans. And I will not sleep if that were not true. That
It's
is
safe to assume we
required
probably won't
of
dump
you,
much
of
today.
me, and of America.
Probably
that we
not.
deliver that for American people, and I promise you, we are.
Ms. Bing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad to hear the status update of the regional local weather offices. It's okay, Ethan.
the place for pre-loved and vintage fashion. eBay, things.
Or states like Kentucky, which have
I'm
gone
making
through
ads.
such horrible circumstances, and our condolences to your constituents and their families, Mr.
Of course I
Chair.
don't have YouTube
We
Premium.
want to make sure that
Why the fuck would I give YouTube
our
any more
local
money?
communities can be prepared. I know that you're saying it's inconsistent from the reporting. Would you or your team be able to provide statistics and just more accounting of what has happened where there are retired or layoffs, just so we can all be on the same page if you do think it's inconsistent with the press reporting?
Sure, there were no layoffs. As I said, there were less than 5% retirements, and we have the authority to replace them. But that turnover is historically lower than it has normally been. As you can imagine, people are entitled to retire who've worked at the department. But I'd be glad to give you very specific details. Be my pleasure.
Okay, thank you so much. I wanted to switch gears and ask about the Census Bureau. In April, NPR reported that the hiring freeze and recent Census Bureau staff departures, including those of 5 division or office chiefs, are raising concerns about whether the Census Bureau can continue producing reliable statistics for this country. Acting Director Ron Jarman also recently noted that the Bureau lost more than 1,000 employees in recent months. We've heard warnings that the reports of Elon Musk and the Doge team accessing sensitive personal data of Americans at other federal agencies could also undermine public trust in the Census Bureau. Mr. Secretary, what are you doing to address these concerns?
Again, my capacity to communicate throughout this administration has made the Department of Commerce well situated. We are not losing staff in ways that we don't want to under any circumstances. We are able to fulfill all of our mission at the Census Bureau. The Census Bureau is one of the great statistical places in our government. Our capacity to analyze and statistically think things through. If you couple that in its full, the Bureau of Economic Analysis, right, where we live and we do GDP, that is a great center of statistical capacity. And I think, so we have sought to add to the Commerce Department the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So that CPI, I mean, shouldn't we have all of the great statisticians in the government working together? Again, these are the same concepts, which is use technology, use automation. I mean, the idea that the Bureau of Labor Statistics has enumerators calling around and asking for data, when technology makes that amazingly capable, and we could do so much better. So we are seeking to use technology, but I can promise you the census is both well-staffed and, more importantly, brilliantly covered by statisticians who are great at doing their job. And I am really excited for the structure of how the census will work going forward. But you won't hear anything about weakness in accuracy. I'm not saying the fake news doesn't like to just say these things, but it's just not true. And I'll happily send you those statistics as well, because you'll be very comfortable with the Department of Commerce.
Thank you. And just to follow up with that, recently you terminated the 3 advisory committees. There are also scheduled only 2 major field tests in 2026. Can you provide us an update on the field tests? When are they scheduled? And what are the changes to the questions about race and ethnicity? And also talk about the advisory committees.
The advisory committees were set up, again, many of these things were set up long ago, and they've sort of run their course. And we didn't really understand what type of advisory committee we need to understand how to do a census. It didn't seem logical. With respect to the questionnaire, we have not considered that as of yet. So we have not spent the time thinking about those topics. The decennial census is quite far away, and we have plenty of time to think about that going forward.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Judge Carter?
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Secretary. My district in Central Texas has become a leader in semiconductor production, thanks to strong partnerships between the state, the local political organizations, the industry, the universities, and the workforce training centers, including programs tailored for veterans and military families. How is the department supporting these types of locally driven efforts? What more can be done to accelerate the pipeline of skilled American workers entering the semiconductor industry?
Workforce training will be a centerpiece of the Trump administration, and I've been tasked to be part of the team to build that. So if the trillions of dollars that the Trump administration is bringing in to invest in America, to build and to operate those gigantic production facilities, to reshore manufacturing, we need to train great Americans to be, we say HVAC technicians. You realize these factories have these really high-tech closed-loop cooling systems. Amazing, but training our workforce to do this is really a key part of the administration. I think we'll train 5 million Americans for these great jobs that are coming, just like that semiconductor plant in Arizona. I mean, 3,000 jobs for each plant, and they're building 10 of them. So these are just great jobs coming, and Texas, I know, is going to have a great participation in that, and both you use the schools, and I think it will be an extraordinary outcome for Americans.
Well, Samsung's being a good neighbor in my district, and I'm real proud of what they're doing. As a member of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, I remain deeply concerned about the national security risk tied to our reliance on foreign-made semiconductor components. What step is the department taking to reduce our dependence on overseas manufacturing, particularly for chips that support critical defense systems?
Taiwan produces 90% of the world's
These people are so
wafers,
old.
which
I
we
know.
then chip apart, and that becomes chips. So the United States has demand for 10 million sort of high-end wafers, and we, with the increase of $100 billion investment that the Trump administration was able to bring in from TSMC, we will get to about 12% production, woefully inefficient. And I think what you're going to see is the Trump administration is going to be very, very focused on bringing chip production to America and the full supply chain to America. That's going to bring in probably between $500 billion and $1 trillion investment. And you're going to see that across the United States of America. And the Trump administration is very, very focused on trying to get up to 5 million wafers during this administration, which will be a record-breaking speed. But I think it's very important for exactly the topic you raised.
Well, that's fantastic. I'm encouraged, we are encouraged by the launch of the United States Investment Accelerator and appreciate your continued focus on revitalizing American manufacturing. Can you share more about how the rollout of this new office will take shape? And are there any early projects we can expect, particularly those that support the development of critical defense-related semiconductor technology?
It has been too slow, the process to build a great factory and a great advanced manufacturing facility in America. Generally, it's taken 3+ years from start to finish. And so the idea of the investment accelerator is exactly that, to assign, if you're willing to invest more than $10 billion, assign your direct contact that will help you with permitting, regulation, and be a one government response to help you take that from 3 years. Let's try to get it to 18 months so we can double our building capacity, focused on semiconductors, of course, but across all industry. And that's how we've been able to recruit over, just the department itself, over $5 trillion of investment commitment, and that we are taking care of how quickly they can build in America.
Fantastic. I yield back.
Mr. Ivy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Secretary. I wanted to join quickly with the comments.
No,
from the,
nothing's moving.
chairman,
I'd
the
say
ranking
something.
member
If
regarding
something moves
NOAA.
around, I'll
And
say
I
something.
hear your point about fake news and numbers, but I'll say this. I mean, I have 2 NOAA installations in my district, and headquarters is, I don't know, just a couple miles across the line. And I heard a very different story than what you're saying about people being forced out of there. But I look forward to getting the answers that you provide here. Also saw your comments with respect to Senator Van Hollen yesterday. I look forward to seeing your responses to his questions too. Wanted to ask you about MBDA, which the ranking member raised as well. During your confirmation hearing on January 29th before the Senate Commerce Committee, Senator Blunt Rochester asked, yes or no, do you support dismantling the MBDA? And you said, I do not. Now, I got the skinny budget numbers here, and it's got EDA and MBDA combined with a cut for $624 million. And in the narrative connected with that, it says that MBDA, the agency, is fully eliminated. So I wanted to ask you what changed and what's the status of MBDA at this point?
MBDA is not being fully eliminated. That's inaccurate. We are reducing it to its statutory minimum size.
Tired of your old, rusty, or falling apart cellar doors? Replace them with new 100% steel cellar doors in just one easy installation day. This month, save up to $600.
That means it is required by law to be a certain size, and we will have it be a certain size.
What size is that?
It was 65 people. I think that's less than 10 people.
Okay, and why are you doing
These are both
that?
small size. The problem is the GAO gives me a report that says there are 80 other programs and 80 institutions that are so much larger, 10 times larger, that achieve the same outcomes. And we are just too small and too inefficient to do it correctly. So I think we are better served
Well,
having other programs.
I apologize
take care
because
of
I've
it.
got a couple other areas to hit. I'd love to see that GAO report. I want to know what those 80 other entities are because I'm not aware of them. Maybe SBA has an overlap with the MBDA mission, but the other, I don't know what those other ones could be. But I look forward to hearing back from you on that because I think it's an important agency. It's statutory, so it needs to be maintained certainly at some level. And there's a lot of benefit from it. I would also mention the Congressional Black Caucus sent you a letter on this issue and asked for a response by April 18th. I don't think we've received it yet, so I would ask that you provide that response as well. Let me move quickly to quantum technology. This is kind of a quicker point for me, but quantum computing, this chart shows basically funding by governments. China, as you can see, far outpaces the United States. We've got a couple of other.
I couldn't see it, but I was guessing the top bar.
Yeah.
I didn't need to see the words. I got the point.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, here's the question, because this is concerning, obviously, and you touched on this a bit in your opening testimony. You only talked about the enforcement side of competition with China, and clearly they are stealing a lot of our data. But they're also committing a lot of engineers, scientists, and resources to outpacing us on the legitimate side of this, on the competitive side. I don't see that being reflected in not just the Commerce Department, but the overall U.S. budget.
Not only do I have it, it
IonQ
should
is a
be
company in
turned
my
on.
district. It's a spinoff from the university. New York Times cuts in research and scientists brain drain as we push these people out. I mean, you can shake your head if you want. IonQ. And one of the things that came up was,
Oh yeah, they just fucking son of a bitch. Seems like
as they
they've fixed
invest
the
in.
issue
They've
with
started setting up
U-Block.
shop in Canada because they can get their engineers and scientists from overseas quicker over there. They don't have to go through the immigration piece. So we're losing money on that front. So look forward to hearing from you on that.
I just
Mr. Chairman,
tried
I
U-Block. It
apologize
doesn't
for
work.
the overrun, and I appreciate your generosity.
Mr. Klein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I appreciate you being here. As you've highlighted concerns about the potential for unfair treatment of American tech companies in the EU, which could potentially force them to make costly operational changes, can you share with us some of the steps the U.S. government's taking to
We're
promote
just
a level
fucking
playing
stuck
field
here.
and prevent discriminatory practices like excessive fines and forced business model changes under regulations like their Digital Markets Act?
This is a key topic for
Support
us in our
for
trade
the sold pets
negotiations
is still
with
all the way the fuck down at like
European Union.
59.70.
We have a huge trade deficit in goods with the European Union, $235 billion. So they're just getting great advantage of us. And so part of our reciprocity is they also attack our great technology companies because they don't have them. So they write these bills, but basically they could just write America in the bill because they're only attacking great American companies. And it is the Trump administration's view that is unacceptable. That if you want to have a trade deal with us, you're going to take your foot off of the necks of the great American companies and treat them with respect, especially if you're taking this much advantage from us. So we are looking at that as a one combined way of thinking, and that's why we get calls from American companies that say,
Regulations for Basel
God,
III are
someone
supposed
is
to
finally
take
looking out for
effect in the middle of
Can
this
you
year.
elaborate on what steps
Quarter
the
two,
US will
quarter
take if
three.
the EU tries to regulate American AI through DMA?
I think July 1st is
I think the
the
president has made it clear
is the
that he
implementation
views trade
for the final
and that they have
reforms.
a $235 billion
But there's a 3-year phase
trade,
in.
surplus with us. And he will say, well, if you're going to treat us poorly, we're going to treat you poorly. And if you want to treat us well, we'll treat you well. Let's be reciprocal in how we treat each
Basel
other. You're
III going to
taking
be a
advantage of us,
catalyst. It's going
and
to
I
be
think the
interesting.
president will make
That's for
sure,
sure.
since we are the inventor of all of the leading AI chips of the world, we, America, are the inventors. We create it all. We make them in Taiwan. That's another topic. But we invent it all. We need to protect our intellectual property, and we need to make sure our compute power is here in America.
No, we
Mr.
don't.
Secretary,
It's
in your
irrelevant.
testimony, you mentioned the removal of more than 50,000 fraudulent goods and services from the trademark register. Can you expound upon your efforts to counter trademark fraudsters, especially those that are foreign entities?
What is common is that a great American company puts a trademark out, or even a young American company, and these other companies, and generally China is the leader in it, but they're not exclusively. They then file thousands of trademarks, modifying it slightly all around it, and sort of circle you, and use our laws against us. And so the idea is for us to bring technology to the patent office, find them all, and get rid of them so that we can protect our American companies' trademarks and make it proper instead of being sort of surrounded by these AI-created trademarks. And that's the technology we're bringing to the patent office. The Commerce Department is going to be so much more technologically capable when we are done with this administration. You won't be able to recognize it as compared to what was there before.
Let me ask you about the BEAD program. Yesterday, you told our Senate colleagues that states must choose the cheapest option under the BEAD program. Under the previous administration, we know mismanagement and misguided attempts at policy outcomes like rate regulation.
Basel III will force so many mom and pop businesses into bankruptcy,
Can you comment
according to my
on the steps you're taking to
congressman.
deliver on something that the previous president was unable to do? And can you clarify how you define cheapest option?
Sure, the Congress authorized broadband access to across America. And I want to make sure we get the benefit of the bargain, which means there's 3 ways you can do it. You can do it by fiber. You can do it by what's called fixed wireless, like Wi-Fi, we all understand. And of course, there's satellite. Whichever is the most efficient option to get somebody broadband, that should be the only rule. Let's have the outcome be the determiner. And if it's a tie, then of course, we don't care at all which one you pick. but don't run fiber. They had proposals where they were running $100,000 fiber to a house that was appraised at $100,000. That's silly. So whichever is reasonable. So what we've asked all the states to do is rebid just with reasonable technology, and then we'll get the money out the door. In the calendar year 2025, the Biden administration had 30 months, and they got 0 out the door. So that's the difference between the Trump administration and the Biden administration. We will get the money out the door.
Thank you for keeping the taxpayers in mind. Appreciate it. Yield back.
Mr. Briley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling us together, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. Also, as a fellow New Yorker, I congratulate you on your appointment. You mentioned earlier the mission of the U.S. Commerce Department. You said nothing will take away from our mission. How would you, in a sentence, describe the mission of the Commerce Department?
To protect, to defend, and to enhance business in the United States.
Things aren't really bearish unless we lose like 85.
And the mission,
so-
according to the Commerce Department, is to create the conditions for economic growth and opportunities for all communities. Would you agree with that definition as well?
Sounds excellent.
Okay, great. And I apologize, 5 minutes is so little time. We could have a much longer conversation. I hope we will have the opportunity to do that. I want to also just reiterate what people have said. This is not your choice, but I would pass along to the president that doing budget hearings when we don't have a budget is really hard to do. It's hard to drill down on numbers we don't have, priorities that you have. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you defending the administration's approach, but it is really hard to do. So you don't need to respond to that. But I would love if you would provide, to whatever detail you can, the trillions of dollars of investment that have been made during the last couple of months and how we were able to achieve the commitments of those trillions. I will do note, because this subcommittee had a fair amount to do with the CHIPS and Science Act, that I suspect much of the chip investment being made, whether it's in Texas or whether it's in Arizona or made in upstate New York, in Syracuse.
Drowning in influencer marketing chaos? Not sure where to begin? At Popular Pace, we have over 100,000.
I have to say
we have a great mandate from the people, and part of our mandate is we're going to have a great relationship with your country. So I just want to thank you very much for being here, and if you'd like to say a few words.
Absolutely. So thank you, first of all, Mr. President, for your kind invitation to come to Washington, D.C. I was in this building first time ever in 1982. I told you, when former President Ronald Reagan was in office. So I'm very happy to be here again and to offer our close cooperation with the United States of America. We are having so much in common, our history. We owe the Americans a lot. We will never forget about that. And so with your German provenance, I think this is a very good basis for close cooperation between America and Germany. So again, thank you. Thank you for the hospitality, and thank you for having your guest house for a night. This is a great place. Great place. Many thanks for that. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
It's a wonderful place. It's a landmark also. And Blair House, it's a nice place to stay. Good. Thank you very much for saying that. Would you have any questions, please?
Mr. President, on your new travel ban, why now? And if the Boulder attack was part of your reasoning, why not include Egypt on that list where the suspect is from?
Well, because Egypt has been a country that we deal with very closely. They have things under control. The countries that we have don't have things under control. And why now? I can say that it can't come soon enough, frankly. We want to keep bad people out of our country. The Biden administration allowed some horrendous people, and we're getting them out one by one, and we're not stopping until we get them out. We have thousands of murderers. I even hate to say this in front of the chancellor. Of course, you have a little problem too with some of the people that were allowed into your country. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It shouldn't have happened. I told her it shouldn't have happened what she did, but you have your own difficulty with that, and we do, and we're moving them out, and we're moving them out very strongly. But it can't come fast enough. We want to get them out. We want to get them out now. We don't want to have other bad people coming into our country. But using the word bad, I'm being nice. Okay, question? Please.
You put out on Truth Social a post regarding your conversation with President Xi. Right. Can you talk about whether or not you feel that trade talks, trade relations are back on track after appearing to be a little bit off track last week.
A little bit off track. It was only the complexity. It's pretty complex stuff. We had a very good conversation with President Xi a little while ago, just before your arrival. In fact, we just hung up, and they said, "You're here." I said, "That's pretty good." Two great leaders of the world in a very short period of time. We had a very good talk, and we've straightened out any complexity. It's very complex stuff, and we straightened it out. The agreement was we're going to have Scott and Howard and Jameson will be going and meeting with their top people and continue it forward. But no, I think we have everything. I think we're in very good shape with China and the trade deal. We have a deal with China, as you know, but we were straightening out some of the points, having to do mostly with rare earth, magnets, and some other things.
Those reduced trade tariff rates, they remain in effect?
Yeah, we have the deal. I mean, we've had a deal. We announced the deal, and we'll be, I guess you could say, I wouldn't even say finalizing it up, Scott. I would say we have a deal, and we're going to just make sure that everybody understands what the deal is. Okay? We had a really good conversation. By the way, he invited me to China, and I invited him here. We've both accepted. So I'll be going there with the First Lady at a certain point, and he'll be coming here, hopefully, with the First Lady of China.
Mr. President, what do you expect from Germany?
Go ahead, please.
Did you talk about the Chinese students? Are you allowing them to come to the U.S.?
Chinese students are coming. No problem. No problem.
Okay, and on
It's our honor
Russia?
to have them, frankly. Look, we want to have foreign students, but we want them to be checked. You know, in the case of Harvard and Columbia and others, all we want to do is see their list. There's no problem with that. This is anybody outside of our country, international students, because when we see some of the people that we've been watching, we say, where do these people come from? How is that possible? No, we want to have foreign students come. We're very honored by it, but we want to see their list. Harvard didn't want to give us the list. They're going to be giving us the list now. I think they're starting to behave, actually, if you want to know the truth.
Okay.
On Russia, are you willing to put more pressure on Putin to end the war by imposing new sanctions on Russia and also on China?
Well, remember, I'm the one that ended Nord Stream 2, going to a place called Germany, come to think of it. I'm sorry I did that. I don't know. But I ended Nord Stream 2. Nobody else did. And then when Biden came in, he immediately approved it. That's the largest, essentially the largest pipeline in the world, going to Germany and other countries. And by the way, we have so much oil and gas, you will not be able to buy it all. I mean, you literally, we have so much, and I hope we're going to make that a part of our trade deal because we have more than anybody else. We have actually the most, by far in the world, probably double what anyone else has. So we'll work on that. I'm sure that's something we'll discuss today.
Mr. President,
What do you expect from Germany and what do you expect from the Chancellor?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to meet because I've been dealing with the Chancellor, and he's a very good man to deal with. He's difficult, I would say. Can I say that? It's a positive.
Go ahead.
You wouldn't want me to say you're easy, right?
No.
Yeah, he's a very great representative of Germany. I think all we want is just going to have a good relationship. The rest will just sort of follow very easily. We'll have a good trade deal. I mean, I guess that will be mostly determined by the European Union, but you're a very big part of that, so you'll be involved. But we'll end up hopefully with a trade deal or we'll do something. You know, we'll do the tariffs. I mean, I'm okay with the tariffs, or we make a deal with the trade, and I guess that's what we're discussing now.
Mr. President.
Back there, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President? Okay.
Is Germany doing enough on defense, Mr. President? Is Germany doing enough on defense?
What?
Defense spending.
Is Germany doing enough on defense?
The Chancellor wants to.
Is Germany doing enough on
The Chancellor wants to
defense?
spend 3.5.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I haven't discussed it very much. I know that you're spending more money on defense now, and quite a bit more money, and that's a positive thing. I'm not sure that General MacArthur would have said it's positive, you know. He wouldn't like it, but I sort of think it's good. You understand what I mean by that?
Absolutely, I understand.
He made a statement, never let Germany rearm. And I said, I always think about that when he says, sir, we're spending more money on defense. I say, oh, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I think it's a good thing. But, you know, at least to a certain point. There'll be a point when I'll say, please don't arm anymore, if you don't mind. We'll be watching him. I'll get it.
Mr. President. Mr. President Biden, Mr. President.
Yeah, Biden, you said Biden.
Your predecessor dismissed your auto pen investigation. He said he made all the decisions during his presidency. I'm curious your reaction to his dismissal.
Well, look, the auto pen, I think, is the big scandal outside of the rigged election of 2020. I think the biggest scandal of the last many years is the auto pen. And who's using it? I happen to think I know. I'm here. And I'm not a big auto pen person, fortunately. I'm glad. I'm very glad. It's an easy way out. But it's a very bad thing, very dangerous. You know, I sign important documents. Usually when they put documents in front of you, they're important. Even if you're signing ambassadorships and I consider that important. I think it's inappropriate. You have somebody that's devoting 4 years of their life or more to being an ambassador. I think you really that person deserves to get a real signature, not an auto pen signature. And I can tell auto pen easily. I can look at it. Like two little pinholes from pulling the paper, right? You always see the pinholes. Yeah. It's real easy to tell about auto pen. I think it's very disrespectful to people when they get an auto pen signature. Outside, auto pen to me are used when thousands of letters come in from young people all over the country and you want to get them back. And, you know, people use auto pens for that, to send a little signature at the bottom of a letter. We have thousands of them. We get thousands of letters a week. And it's not possible to, you know, do. I'd like to do it myself, but you can't do it. To me, that's where auto pens start and stop. But I'm sure that he didn't know many of the things. Look, he was never for open borders. He was never for transgender for everybody. He was never for men playing in women's sports. I mean, he changed, all of these things that changed so radically. I don't think he had any idea that frankly, I said it during the debate and I say it now, he didn't have much of an idea what was going on.
Mr. President.
But he shouldn't be, essentially whoever used the auto pen was the president. And that is wrong, it's illegal, it's so bad, and it's so disrespectful to our country.
Mr. President, will you leave your troops in Germany? And if I may ask a question to the Chancellor to answer in German for the German audience, how is your first encounter been?
The answer is yes. We'll talk about that. But if they'd like to have them,
Wait a minute, call after he bounced and run to 60-10.
It's a city when you think of it.
I
That's
have no
good
idea.
Economic development. They're highly paid troops and they spend a lot of money in Germany.
They're both
but
equally
the relationship
valid.
with Germany is
Just
very important.
manage your
we'll
risk.
be doing that. No problem.
There's bot calls to the upside right now. There's still some bot puts at 95, but not very many. I don't know if we'll be able to grind through the resistance or not. Probably need more bot calls to come in. Doesn't mean we're going down though. There's plenty of support here.
Mr. President, do you speak English because you speak such good English? Is it as good as your German, would you say? Do you feel, do you feel more comfortable?
No, it's not my mother tongue, but I try to understand almost everything and to speak as good as I can.
Very good. You know, it's,
Mr. President, you've made
it's an achievement, actually.
Mr. President, the criticism that I've seen regarding, thank you, Mr. President. The criticism that I've seen, and I'm sure you've seen regarding Elon Musk and your big, beautiful bill. What's your reaction to that? Do you think it in any way hurts passage in the Senate, which of course, what is you're seeking?
Well, look, you know, I've always liked Elon, and it's always very surprised. You saw the words he had for me, the words of, and he hasn't said anything about me that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me
Vance
than
would
the
get
bill, because
impeached
the bill
quick. Nobody likes
is
him.
incredible. It's the biggest cut in the history of our country. We've never cut. It's about 1.6 trillion in cuts. It's the biggest tax cut. You would say, people's taxes will go way down, but it's the biggest tax cut in history. It's we are doing things in that bill that are unbelievable. And when you look at what we're doing for small businesses, for people, for middle-income people,
one dude in Silicon Valley likes him.
Nobody's ever seen it.
Not all of Silicon Valley.
And, you know, Elon's upset because we took the EV mandate, and, you know, which was a lot of money for electric vehicles. And, you know, they're having a hard time, the electric vehicles. And they want us to pay billions of dollars in subsidy. And, you know, Elon knew this from the beginning. He knew it for a long time ago. That's been in there. That's been, I would say, JD, that hasn't changed. That's been right from the beginning. Mr. Secretary, that hasn't changed at all, right from the beginning. But I know that disturbed him. He wanted, and rightfully, he recommended somebody from, that he, I guess, knew very well. I'm sure he respected him, but to run NASA, and I didn't think it was appropriate. And he happened to be a Democrat, like totally Democrat. And I say, look, we won. We get certain privileges, and one of the privileges, we don't have to appoint a Democrat. NASA is very important. We have great people. General Kane is going to be picking somebody with our, we'll be checking him out and seeing, but he wanted that person, a certain person, and we said no. And, I can understand why he's upset. Remember, he was here for a long time. You saw a man who was very happy when he stood behind the Oval Desk, and even with the black eye, I said, do you want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup. But he said, no, I don't think so, which is interesting. And very nice. He wants to be who he is, so you could make that statement too, I guess. Look, Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we're well anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. He said wonderful things about me. You couldn't have nicer. Said the best things. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. We call it a great, big, beautiful bill because that's what it is. And again, biggest tax cuts in history, biggest economic development moves anywhere. We've never done anything like it. Business is spurred. And I don't know if you've seen the numbers, but the numbers came out. Even the CBO, which is run by Democrats, said that we're going to be doing, I'd like you to discuss it, the 2.8 trillion that CBO, this is a group of people that are Democrats. They're very hostile to us. They just came out with phenomenal numbers.
Yeah, CCCS is testing 9 again.
Yes, sir. So what we've seen is we keep hearing from the CBO that there's going to be a large deficit from the bill, which we disagree with, but using the CBO scoring, they came out and scored the tariff revenue. We think it'll be the minimum of 2.8 trillion over the 10-year window, which actually puts the bill in surplus if you include the tariff revenue, which they won't do.
It gives you a tremendous surplus, but we're not allowed to use that. For some reason, they say scoring. Nobody knows what scoring means. Maybe a couple of people, but nobody. Somebody sits in the background. They say, well, we're not going to allow that. They're not allowing other things that we have that are tremendously profitable for our country. But if you saw the other day, CNBC, they came out with
Shortfall's levering up a little bit here.
On the show, very good people. I've watched them for a long time. They couldn't believe the numbers, how good they are. The numbers were incredible, and that was personal income and also very low inflation. We have very low inflation. We're down to 2% now, and maybe even lower than that. And when I took it over, it was a mess. Remember, we had the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but let's say I think it's worse than that. So we had the worst inflation in the history of our country.
Shortfall, not short calls. Short puts.
Now we're down to a beautiful number, 2%. You'd actually like to keep it there. Better than 0 is 2%. It's going down maybe to 1, and 1% is like perfect. That's perfect. You don't want to have 0 for certain reasons that nobody is very interested to listen to. But we have almost perfect inflation. Grocery prices are down. Everything. Remember eggs? We weren't going to buy another egg for the next 20 years. They were so expensive, right? Remember? You guys all hit me about eggs. Eggs have come down 400%. Everybody has eggs now. They're having eggs for breakfast again. But if you look at gasoline, very important. I think always the most important because it's the energy is the biggest factor. That's what happened. He screwed up our energy policy, and everything went up because energy went up. But now energy is way down, and they have states where you're at $1.98 a gallon for gasoline. So the costs have come way down, and one of the things I ran on was that. I ran on the border. We have the best border in the history of our country, 99.99%. It was last week, 3 people came in, 2 of them for medical reasons. We let them in because one of them had a heart attack. I think it was a nice thing to do, and one of them had something else. So we've never I had very good numbers for 4 years, but we really topped it. And I want to thank Christie and Tom Homan. They've done a fantastic job. But nobody mentions that anymore. Remember, a few months ago, the border was a total disaster. People were coming in by the hundreds of thousands of people a day, a week, a month. I mean, we had a month, 2 million people came in 1 month.
Monthly's up at
The border was
60,
being
18.
overrun, and a lot of bad people, criminals, murderers, drug dealers. We had some of the worst people in the world coming in from all over the world. It's totally closed. And you know what? People are coming into our country, but they're coming in legally. So we've done a great
60-10
job.
is resistance.
Elon knew that. Elon
Although
endorsed me
I
very
feel like
strongly.
buying is
He
going to
actually
come
went
in
up
if we break
campaigned for
6K.
me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway, even if the governor ran, the real governor, not the governor
Did we
from
test
Minnesota,
6K yet?
I mean, he's a sick puppy, that guy.
No.
That poor guy, I feel sorry for him.
Close.
But they made a bad choice with him. But if you pick Shapiro or anybody else, I spoke to him recently about his house being set on fire, which was terrible. But if they picked him, I would have won Pennsylvania. I won it by a lot. But I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem. And he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate, because that's billions and billions of dollars. And it really is unfair. We want to have cars of all types. Electric, we want to have electric, but we want to have a gasoline, combustion. We want to have different. We want to have hybrids. We want to have all. We want to be able to sell everything. And when that was cut, and Congress wanted to cut it, he became a little bit different. And I can understand that. But he knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody. And he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Mr. President, did he, I just want to clarify, did he raise any of these concerns with you privately before he raised them publicly? And this is the guy you put in charge of cutting spending. Should people not take him seriously about spending now? Are you saying this is all sour grapes?
No, he worked hard and he did a good job. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office, and he's got nice offices too. But there's something about this one. I was telling the Chancellor, this is where it is. People come in here, even from Germany. They come in and they walk into the Oval Office, and it's just a special place. It's, you know, World War I, it started and it ended here, and World War II, and so many other things. Everything big comes right from this.
World War I ended in
It's
Versailles.
now much more beautiful than it was 6 months ago. A lot of good things are happening in this room, and I'll tell you, he's not the first. People leave my administration.
No, technically not.
And they love us.
No, listen.
And at some point they miss it so badly, and some of them embrace it, and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it, but we have it with others too. They leave, and they wake up in the morning, and the glamour's gone. The whole world is different, and they become hostile. I don't know what it is. Someday you'll write a book about it, and you'll let us know. Yeah.
Mr. President, speaking of ending wars in this room, you were very critical of Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. What kind of play is he playing from your perspective? What are his
Well, look, he got hit. He's been doing hitting, so I understand it.
Trump did it all in this room, personally.
I don't think he's playing games. I think I've always said he
Famously,
wanted
World War I was declared in the Oval Office.
Entire everything having to do with Ukraine. That's something that would have never
What?
happened if I were president.
What do you mean,
The
what?
election was rigged. I didn't get
What,
to
what?
be president, but I got to be president now.
Are you mind-boggled
I think
that
it's a
Trump
much
thinks
more
that World War
important
I
presidency.
was
Other
ended in the
than
Oval Office?
Things like that, the war would have never.
He wasn't a good
would have
student.
never happened. The war with
It was hard to
Ukraine
get to
would
class with
have
his
never
bone
happened,
spurs.
ever, not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. And it wasn't thought of. I used to talk to him about Ukraine a lot. It was the apple of his eye. but he would have
Billionaire,
never done
Teddy.
What he did. And I think mistakes were made by him, but I think mistakes were made by other people. The president should have
Trump
never
never
allowed
would have
that
let World War I
Biden
happen.
should have
He
never
just said
allowed
it.
that war to happen. If you had the right guy in here, that war would have never happened. Israel would have never happened with Hamas. That would have never happened. The attack on Israel would have never happened because Iran was broke. They had no money. They had no money to give to Hamas.
We still have to fall
Hezbollah,
below
or anybody
85. Otherwise, we don't
All of
pressure
that
any
would
of the
have never
positioning.
happened. Inflation wouldn't have happened. It was caused mostly by energy. And the Biden administration messed up.
We already
by
fell
great
back
energy
into the
policy.
bot
We were down
puts
into the
at 95.
190 a gallon. And it would have never happened.
If those
It was caused by
close,
energy
we
and
could
their bad
probably just
spending on the
push the
Green New
upside
Scam and other
again.
things that they spent on. But all of those things would have never happened. But maybe most importantly, the war, Chancellor, with Russia would never have happened with Ukraine. It was something that would have, you know, I dealt with Putin a lot. There was no chance, zero. And you know, a lot of people say, how do you know? For 4 years it didn't happen. There was never a chance of it happening. And he understood the consequences. Now, it's a shame. And when you see all of those people, they came out with a report today that that millions of people have died, much more than people thought. And I've been saying that for a long time. The amount of death in that war is far greater than the news has been reporting, or than, frankly, that either side has been reporting. It's a very sad thing. And I can tell
Trump
you,
said Elon has TDS.
He feels the same way. He wants to see it end.
Time to turn the masses.
Absolutely, and I'm here, Mr. President, to talk with you later on how we could contribute to that goal. And we all are looking for measures and for instruments to bring this terrible war.
Welcome to Dillionaire, Teddy. Hit me up on the Discord, man. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
This is D-Day anniversary, when the Americans once ended a war in Europe. And I think this is in your hand in specific, in ours.
That was not a pleasant day for you?
No, that was not a pleasant.
This was not a great
in the
day.
long run, Mr. President, this was the liberation of my country from Nazi dictatorship.
That's true.
So,
That's true.
and we know what we owe you, but this is the reason why I'm saying that America is again in a very strong position to do something on this war and ending this war. So let's talk about what we can do jointly, and we are ready to do what we can. And you know that we gave support to Ukraine, and that we are looking for more pressure on Russia. The European Union did, and we should talk about that.
We will talk about it. And,
Yeah.
you know, it's good timing. The numbers for our country are through the roof.
Yes, pulled back,
economic
retested
numbers,
6,000.
because of the election and because of tariffs and other
See if
things,
it gets
a lot of
support
things.
here or fails.
But we've had some of the best numbers we've ever had. They were reported
There's a little
yesterday,
bit of
the day before,
support
and even today.
at 90.
Country's doing really well. I think that one of the things you'd be most interested in is that 6 months ago, we were having a hard time getting anybody to join our military. I mean, they just couldn't do it. The numbers were record low. We couldn't get people to join the military. It wasn't me. This was before I got there, the past administration. But 6 months ago, a year ago, the numbers were
Adjoined?
record low. You
Please
couldn't
make me
get them to
rich.
join.
My kids are starving and my rent is due. The whole family relies on you.
Now, we just hit the highest number in the history of our country. We hit, but very close.
That is,
In the history of our country, recruitment, joining.
I hope
the
that's
Army,
completely
Navy, Air Force,
untrue.
Marines, Coast Guard, police forces all over the
What
country.
did you do for that? What was the reason?
Spirit. They love our country again.
Teddy gets this place.
Spirit.
I think he might.
We have great spirit is back in our country, and it's very simple. And, you know, it was only, Susie, 6 months ago, right, that you got reports. You're the one that released them, that you couldn't get anybody to join the military, and now we're stocked. Every service now is packed, and we have waiting lists of people trying to get in, as good as we've ever had in the history of our country. So that's an honor. That's a great honor. Yeah.
Mr. President, on the war.
You've asked. You've had enough. Go ahead. please.
Mr. President, so would you consider to put more sanctions on Russia? Because this discussion is going on now for weeks and months, and you tweeted about it once, but then nothing happens. So
Yeah, when I see the moment when we're not going to make a deal, when this thing won't stop,
Is there a
if
deadline?
that moment, yeah, it's in my brain, the deadline. When I see the moment where it's not going to stop, and I'm sure you're going to do the same thing, will be very, very, very tough. And it could be on both countries, to be honest. You know, it takes two to tango. But we're going to be very tough. Whether it's Russia or anybody else, we're going to be very tough. That's a bloodbath that's going on over there. And when I see the moment where I say, well, they're going to just keep fighting. You know, I gave the analogy yesterday when I spoke to President Putin. I had a 2-hour and 15-minute call with him. Sometimes, and this is me speaking maybe in a negative sense, but sometimes you see two young children fighting like crazy. They hate each other and they're fighting in a park. And you try and pull them apart. They don't want to be pulled. Sometimes you're better off letting them fight for a while and then pulling them apart. And I gave that analogy to Putin yesterday. I said, President, maybe you're going to have to keep fighting and suffering a lot because both sides are suffering before you pull them apart, before they're able to be pulled apart. But it's a pretty known analogy. You have two kids, they fight. Sometimes you let them fight for a little while. You see it in hockey, you see it in sports. The referees let them go for a couple of seconds, let them go for a little while before you pull them apart. And maybe, and I said it, and maybe that's a negative because we're saying go, but a lot of bad blood. There's some bad blood between the two. I have to deal with it, and the Chancellor has to deal with it. It's incredible. The level of, there's a great hatred between those two men, but between the warring parties. Great hatred.
Also, you say and believe apparently that there is no immediate peace.
What?
That there is no immediate peace. There will be no.
Well, I can't. I'd love to have immediate if I could.
But why?
If I could, but we don't have immediate. You know, it's like I'd love to have that.
Trump's
I'd like
tanking
to
the
say,
SPX.
Right now, we would leave a room if we knew the war could end. We'd say, forget about you guys. Forget about trade, right? Yeah. We'd say, let's go settle it. There's some additional fighting that's going to go on. You know, he attacked, and they attacked pretty harshly. They went deep into Russia, and he actually told me. I mean, I made it very clear. He said we have no choice but to attack based on that, and it's probably not going to be pretty. I don't like it. I said, don't do it. You shouldn't do it. You should stop it. But again, there's a lot of hatred. And, you know, I'm very proud of the fact that with India and Pakistan, I was able to stop that. And those are nuclear powers. And that was getting close to being out of hand. And I spoke to some very talented people on both sides, very good people on both sides. And I said, you know, we're dealing with you on trade, Pakistan and India right now. I said, we're not going to deal with you on trade if you're going to go shooting each other and whipping out nuclear weapons that maybe even affect us. Because, you know, that nuclear dust blows across oceans very quickly. It affects us. And I said, if you're going to do that, we're not going to do any trade deals. And you know what? I got that war stopped. Now, I hope we don't go back and we find out that they started, but I don't think they will.
I think he just fucked up the whole
I want to congratulate both countries.
Being Putin's puppet thing,
you know,
a little bit.
The
Accidentally.
leader is a great guy.
Yesterday, or the day before, after Ukraine attacked the
And Pakistan, likewise.
Russian airbase, Trump said that he had no knowledge in advance of the attack publicly. And he just said that he told
Am I going to get credit? I'll never get credit.
Zelensky to not do it before he did.
Nobody else could have done it. I stopped it. I was very proud of that. I wish we could do the same thing with Ukraine and Russia. And at some point it'll happen. I believe that. And if it doesn't happen, or if I see somebody's out of line, if Russia's out of line, you'll be amazed how tough. Remember this. They like to say that I'm not friends with anybody. I'm friends with you. I'm not friends with it. I want the right thing to happen for our country, for everybody, for humanity. But I'm the one that stopped the pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. Until I came along, nobody ever heard, not one person in this room ever heard of Nord Stream 2. You probably did, yes, because it went to Germany. He's the only one
knowing that this was a mistake.
But I stopped it. I stopped it. Yeah, and you've said that openly.
Yeah, the sound from the Trump stream sucks.
And I used to go with Angela. I'd say, well, wait a minute. We're spending all this money to defend you against Russia, and then you're giving Russia billions of dollars a month. What kind of a deal is that? You know, which was, but you said it better than anybody else. I appreciate it. But I'm the one that stopped it. And that was the biggest economic development job, if you want to call it that, in the history, think of it, in the history of Russia. That was a massive, it's the biggest pipeline in the world. Going to go all over Europe, not only to Germany. You know, they were Germany, but then they were branching off all over to Europe. Nobody ever heard of, not one person of you heard of it. And I stopped it. It was dead. And then they say, I'm friends with Putin. I got along with him. He respected me, I respected him. It would have never happened. But I stopped Nord Stream 2. When Biden came in, almost the first week, he approved it. He let it be built. And then they say that I wasn't tough on Russia. Putin said to me, you know, you're not tough on Russia. You stopped the biggest, most important job we've ever done. You stopped it. And Biden came in and he let it be built. And I'll tell you what, I'll never forget the day I had it totally stopped. They weren't building. They gave up on it. They weren't able to. And then Biden came in and he let him build. I couldn't believe it. Okay, one or two questions more, please. Any questions? Any question for the Chancellor? Please? Go ahead, for the Chancellor. I like his answers much better.
Can they bounce this back or more down? This probably depends on this
Yeah,
resistance
I'm
at
with
90.
Ukraine. We just signed a big deal on rare earth with Ukraine. And we want to, I want to, you know what, I'm for stopping killing, really. That's what I'm for. Again, a war that would have never started, should have never started. I want to see the killing stop. We spent $350 billion, much more than Europe, but Europe spent a lot also. They spent way over $100 billion.
Yeah.
So you're talking about close to $500 billion.
Yeah, bot puts at
went into
90,
that whole
95 is
thing.
still holding.
And it's not even the money, and I know with you too.
Some
it's
sold
a lot
calls
of
to
money,
the downside, but not a lot of
It's
them.
the death that's being caused. We went
Bigger
to the Middle
support
East. I
at
went last week to the
59.70.
Middle East. We took in $5.1 trillion. That's
But
many, many times. That's
There's some
30,
calls getting
40
bought
times,
on the
50
reversal
times
a little bit,
more than what we're talking about.
or the bounce, but
Think of
volume's
that,
still pretty low.
$5.1 trillion of investment with one trip that lasted 4 days. So it's not the money. It's a little the money, but not the money, the big thing. The big thing is the death. The death of, and really the decimation. You've lost a whole culture. You know, Ukraine had the most beautiful turrets. They call them turrets, the little towers, beautiful towers, the most beautiful in the world. They're all now laying on their side, blown to smithereens. It'll never happen again. They've taken away the culture of a country. They've taken away the heritage of a country. It's a terrible thing. But most importantly, again, is the death. 5,000 plus people a week, soldiers, are being killed. He doesn't want that, and I don't want that. And one more. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, do you support the Graham bill on putting high tariffs on China?
I haven't looked at it, but they'll be guided by me. That's the way it's supposed to be. They're going to be guided by me. No, I haven't looked at it. It's a bill on sanctions, etc. I'm a very quick study. At the right time, I'll do what I want to do. But it could very well be okay. I'll have to see. But they're waiting for me to decide on what to do, and I'll know maybe very soon. It's a harsh bill. Yeah, very harsh.
Take one more on the pen.
I would like to have a question to the Chancellor as well, because do you agree with the analogy the President made on the war between Russia and Ukraine as being a fight between two kids? Is that how you view that as well? And what do you actually want the US President to do in this?
Well, I think we both agree on this war and how terrible this war is going on. And we are both looking for ways to stop it very soon. And I told the President before we came in that he is the key person in the world who can really do that now by putting pressure on Russia. And we will have this debate later on again, how we can proceed jointly between the Europeans and the Americans. And I think we are all we are having the duty to do something on that now to stop it after 3.5 years, which is really terrible. Look at the kids, the kids which were kidnapped from Ukraine to Russia. This is all terrible. And so we are talking about instruments, measures, what we can do, and my personal view is clear on that. We are on the side of Ukraine, and we are trying to get them stronger and stronger just to make Putin stop this war. And this is our approach.
We get satellite pictures of the war field,
Yeah.
and you don't even like to look at them, right?
It's terrible.
So,
It's really
bodies, arms, heads, legs all over the place. You've never seen anything like it. It's so ridiculous.
And this is only by Russian weapons against Ukraine. This had never happened with Ukraine weapons against Russia. Never. Ukraine is only targeting military targets, not civilians, not private, not energy infrastructure. So this is the difference, and that's the reason why we are trying to do more on Russia, how to stop this war.
Well, in this case, I'm talking about the battlefield, you know, the soldiers on soldiers. But you could also say that too with the cities.
Yep.
You know, the cities are
Yep.
being hit also. So it's a terrible, terrible thing. Right. Somebody said autopen. Did I hear the word autopen?
I'm just curious.
Because I think it's the biggest scandal maybe in the last 100 years in this country. So when I hear that word, I think it has to be discussed because the fake news will try and, you know, hide it, and we can't do that. But go ahead.
Have you uncovered any evidence that anything specific was signed without President Biden's knowledge or by other people in the administration acting illegally?
Well, I don't think Biden would know whether or not he signed it.
I'm asking if you've uncovered any evidence.
No, but I've uncovered, you know, the human mind. I was in a debate with the human mind, and I didn't think he knew what the hell he was doing. So, you know, it's just one of those things, one of those problems. We can't ever allow that to happen to our country. The danger our country was in, and I know some of the people that worked with him, radical left, horrible people. And I could give you the name of some of the people that used the autopen, because I'm here, and I ask questions about people that were here also. There are a lot of people that were here when that happened, and they're here right now, and they'll answer your question very accurately. But I know some of the people that use that autopen, and those are not the people that had the same ideology as Joe Biden. These were radical left lunatics that used that, and they didn't get elected. He didn't get elected either, actually. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Classic projection.
Thank you very much.
Relates to critical technology. Have you all looked at perhaps reviewing that export control reform initiative happened about a decade ago and maybe trying to tighten up some of those export controls, specifically on critical dual-use technology?
Very thoughtful point, right on the point, and we are on that topic. We are on it.
Yeah, it occurs to me, particularly when we created the 600 series, which is essentially like a United States Munitions Light series within the Department of Commerce under BIS. This is how some of our defense technology gets out there. And it's very, it's very disappointing. Obviously, this is not the idea.
That was
that,
cuckoo
we want to
bananas,
increase
right?
Export capacity
What?
for defense manufacturers and others out
Making
there. but
Nazi jokes in front of
specifically
the
around
German
some of this
chancellor?
off-the-shelf technology,
I feel like this is
AR-99
pretty
items
typical.
that are getting exported. I would really like if you all would take a look at this and the way this was set up back then and trying to tighten those controls. BIS is, I mean, really the last stop in protecting our technology. Could you talk, though, just briefly, you talked about the steel industry. Could you talk about, from a national security standpoint, why it is so important? You touched on it a little bit, but why it is so important to the national security of the United States to have a vibrant steel industry?
You cannot fight a war unless you can make the munitions, period. You can't make a missile without steel, aluminum. You can't produce anything in defense without steel and aluminum. You must have a domestic industry. The president has made it crystal clear, and I think it is obvious when I say it. And we need to protect it, just like you said in West Virginia. They didn't protect you, and you lost the business. That cannot continue, and the Trump administration will not allow it to continue.
Yeah, and then they just raised the price of tin plate steel right after they acquired it. So,
of course,
after they crushed it. Last real quick question. One issue that I'm concerned about is transformers in this country, which we don't have a great domestic capacity in terms of manufacturing. There's actually one manufacturer of electrical steel in the United States right now, and one, maybe a couple, that can actually manufacture transformers. Myself and others in the Steel Caucus, a few of us sent a letter, obviously not your department, but asking for Defense Production Act to be invoked around that. Is this something that your department's looking at all as it relates to transformers?
We are now.
Okay. That's a great answer, and with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Ms. Secretary, the results are in. You're a hit. They won an encore performance. Are you available for a few minutes more for the members that may like to ask another question?
I'm at your service, Mr. Chairman.
We promise you we'll be. 5 minutes. Ms. Secretary, rural communities, which are often ignored by Washington, face unique challenges, one of which is access to reliable broadband. How's the department planning to continue addressing broadband gaps and prioritizing expansion into unserved areas?
The Congress has launched the BEAD program for broadband access. Under the Biden administration, it gave out no money after 30 months. Our objective is as follows. Within the next 90 days, I think we're going to put it out on Friday, basically saying if your state is willing to just be technologically agnostic, meaning produce the right access at the lowest price, or if it's a tie, I don't care which one you pick, make that application within 90 days, and then this department will put out the money by the end of the year. So we will go from not having given any money under the Biden administration to having the full program funded and distributed, provided they're technologically agnostic. By the end of 2025, all the money will be distributed so that broadband access can be built by the states. That's my promise.
Well, broadband is vital, as you well know. And of course, the places where it is not in being really are the rural areas where it's not profitable for a utility to go into, which is an age-old problem that we've faced before. Let me highlight another important initiative to rural America. That's EDA, Economic Development Administration, particularly the one to have assistance to coal communities. My district, as was West Virginia, had a complete breakdown of the industry over the last 10 years. I lost 15,000 jobs in my district alone. But EDA has been a crutch for us to use to help revitalize and bring back into competitive nature rural areas. What do you think about EDA?
So first,
Still
I'll
bump
address that
puts
the
at
administration
90.95,
wants to revitalize
preventing us from
clean
moving
coal.
up a bit.
We think it's vital to America. And so for both yourself and the representative I just spoke to, you should rely on this administration to bring back clean coal because it is vital. The country needs power. We need power, and we will do that. And with respect to EDA, the same thing. There are many other ways to do it better than to have a reasonably small group inside the Commerce Department. We will stick with disaster relief.
Yeah, you can
We will
upgrade your
stick with our
membership, I think, at any
tech
time.
hubs, but the concept of
It just
providing
prorates
that
it
kind of
and
program,
rolls
I
it
think
over.
is better served with bigger,
Getting some out of the money
more
put buying
sophisticated programs.
75, 65, 60.
Well, there are
low numbers
rural
still,
areas
but
that are not
maybe some
coal-dependent.
puts closing, sold puts.
What about those communities?
I'd be happy to meet with you offline and go through it together. You know, I'm tasked with being efficient with taxpayer dollars. And when I get a GAO report that has 80 other programs, I just think it's more efficient to do it in a more practical way than do it in a small way in my department. Not that I don't enjoy doing things, but efficiency is my objective. And I think it was important that I show a budget that was substantially lower, that proves that we can do our great job with less taxpayer dollars.
Well, we want to work with you on this subcommittee. We want to see you succeed.
905, 50, 75 spread.
And the president.
It's kind of wild.
But we have our priorities as well as it relates to offering jobs back home to keep our people from having to move to another locale. So I hope we can.
Somebody just bought a fuck ton of the 60-20 strike. 3,000 calls.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me fix my microphone. All right, I don't need it. I want to piggyback off a little bit about Representative Dean's banana example and how it affects the cost of living for our constituents all across America.
Just join.
You know, I have heard
if you go to the
from
general chat in the
many
Discord,
Asian-American
there's a
business
thread on how to
owners.
link your
They own
YouTube account.
restaurants, They own supermarkets.
Once it's linked,
they own,
the Billionaire channels will
well-known
open up,
supermarkets
and you
like
can look for
99
the
Ranch
thread.
and H Mart. They are really concerned about the rising costs of goods, like anything from
Welcome to Long
basmati
Johnson,
rice to the burdock root
who ate my hat.
to different
Appreciate it,
sauces
dude.
that are utilized by the Asian American community, fastest growing community in this country. I know that you mentioned, you know, due to the tariffs, the price will eventually come back down. But I just wanted to, you know, make an observation that the cost of living for Americans, as we know, is already high. And it's hard for them to be able to afford these goods and these products that they are using today. And the restaurant owners, the supermarket owners, small business owners are really in a bind because they don't know if they have to raise their prices and pass on the higher cost to consumers or to eat the cost themselves. And coming out of a pandemic where they barely survived, they are now worried that because of these high costs that their businesses, you know, may not survive. So I just wanted to highlight this issue that's happening in my district, and I'm sure in many other districts across the country, about a lot of these products that are largely not produced here in the United States.
The inflation under the Biden administration was very, very difficult and created a very difficult time for Americans across the country.
Well, the prices have
Inflation-
gone up recently, starting this year.
Fortunately, inflation, as the last numbers were very low, in the low twos, and back to toward the level that the Fed says is their long-term goal. So that's very promising. But I will tell you, in our trade deals, our expectation is for unavailable natural resources, a banana, right, other spices and the roots, the things you've suggested, your expectation should be there will not be a tariff. But when we give that to a country, right, like coffee, right, when we say to Ghana, okay, we will not charge you a tariff on coffee or cocoa, but you will open your market to allow our farmers to sell soybeans. Because you're blocking us on soybeans, why do you expect to sell us coffee and cocoa and not let us sell soybeans? It seems unfair. Let's make that fair. And that's an example of a trade deal. Granted, these are small countries, but that's the kind of model that when we're done, we will not have tariffs on unavailable natural resources, but we will have market access for our farmers and our ranchers. You know, our chicken and pork and beef are treated horribly around the world, horribly. That has to end. And if we use that by saying you can export coffee to us, but you need to treat us better for our agricultural products back to you, I think that is fair trade.
No, I appreciate that Do you have a sense of a timeline? I appreciate that the cost will eventually come back down, but when my constituents, just average individual
No
consumers
worries, man.
or small
to have you
business
back.
owners are asking me when the prices will come back down, prices that have gone
Welcome
up
back to
only in
Zillionaire.
recent months.
If you're already on the
after this new
Discord, you
Trump
should already be
administration,
like hooked up.
what can we tell our constituents?
If you were in
President
Zillionaire,
has set
like when
out
you were in
July
Zillionaire
9th
before, it should just
as the
reconnect.
date by which he expects most transaction deals to have occurred. If
Unless
they
you're using a
don't
different
occur
YouTube account.
because of back
I'd
and
play
forth,
songs right now, but
President
I'd
can
blow your
just
guys'
set the
fucking ears
agenda and
out.
Say, here's your offer, and set that trading deal in place. And your expectation should be by July 9th.
I appreciate that. And in my 30 seconds left, I want to align myself with the concerns made by the chair about EDA. This is a program that is very important. Programs from Tech Hubs, the Recompete program, the Good Jobs Challenge. So many programs are important to our rural areas, to job creation. We know that in your confirmation hearing, you pledged to maintain these programs, and we hope that that will continue. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Alford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for missing the first round. I just literally ran back from the House floor doing a speech, but that's our job, and I need to get in shape. Anyway, thank you for being here. You're doing
deal
such
with
a great
NAG?
job.
No idea.
And
What's the deal?
we're
Squeezing
proud to
it
have
down?
you in that position. I know all the good questions have already been asked and answered, but I want to talk about the tariffs just a little bit. The Democrats
squeezing it
doubted
in.
these, the media doubted it, the pundits doubted it. A lot of people made fun of the tariffs, didn't like them, but they're
Billionaire.
working. We've already seen
Pigeon
the
Whale.
results. In fact, the Congressional Budget Office now estimates the proposed tariffs will
Kelly.
reduce our federal deficit by $2.8 trillion. That's a success story. Secretary, what is the strategy behind these? Is it simply a negotiating tool? Is it the art of the deal? Or does the president mean it when he says it about these tariffs? And why are they being so successful so far?
Build in America, in the greatest economy in the world. Remember, America is the consumer of the world. $20 trillion we consume every year. So if you want to sell here, build here. And if you don't want to sell here, pay to come into our market. We are receiving a run rate of $34 billion a month to the Treasury of the United States of America because of tariffs. So anybody who says that tariffs aren't working can't count to $34 billion.
I want to talk about the funding for NOAA and the National Weather Service. Missouri has gotten hit pretty hard. We have a lot of tornadoes. We had a bad spring, and it's still going on. There was a lot of damage in my district just south of Kansas City. We have a regional NOAA center in Pleasant Hill, Missouri. It's a smaller center like you were talking about earlier. And I heard you talking about what's going to be happening in the future to some of these centers. Are centers like Pleasant Hill, which they already have some vacancies, are those regional centers in danger of closing at any time in the future, as far as you know, being replaced by automation and AI in a centralized location?
I'll give you an example in Missouri, which was we have all these research people in NOAA,
Right.
but they were separate from operational. So we started putting them together to take that research and start using it. And what it did is it produced an analysis that
Do you like
showed that we
UNH
had
here?
horrible tornado
No.
conditions. in
Super
Missouri.
uncertain.
And so 2 hours earlier than the record ever in NOAA, we gave those warnings and saved 120 people, got them out 2 hours earlier. So we are totally on it. But the concept of having 4 people, and one of them has a baby and one of them's out sick and somehow we're not able to do it 24 hours a day, seems silly. That we should have, if we have 2,100 meteorologists, I promise you, we can cover the United States. of
Also
America
lost 300,
24
which is a
hours
really
day, 7
important
days a week,
support.
and we can have better technology, right?
If it keeps
We used to have
slipping,
human
it
beings
can
would
pull
launch
back a
weather
lot.
balloon.
Right.
Like I could imagine, like someone just going whoop on a. Come on, we do. It's called auto sonders. We
Isn't
now
all that
do it
money
in
just
an
coming from
automated
American
fashion.
citizens?
So
Yeah.
I don't need the person to launch the balloon. So, because I can automate launch.
Ultimately,
I've been
it's
inside
a
the center.
regressive
It's pretty cool.
tax.
And I used to be in television news there in Kansas City. A lot of my friends are meteorologists at these stations who have personal relationships with the people at NOAA and NWS. I think they're a little concerned. And will these centers be closing, but the information, which is also life-saving, be coming from a centralized location?
I think it'll be both. I think there'll be many centers that will stay and will augment and be bigger and stronger and more powerful. But the concept is we've got to be able to automate ourselves and back each other up. This concept that the data just stays in Missouri and is not available to be analyzed by Nebraska or other meteorologists is illogical. That needs to change. If I showed you the technology, you'd drop your head embarrassed to be an American. When we're done in this Commerce Department, and I'm done with my term, I promise you, you will be proud of the technology in the Department of Commerce.
Mr. Chair, if you would indulge me for one more question. I want to talk about the BEAD program, also very important to my state, very rural state. Biden administration put in $42.5 billion and not one home hooked up. It's a disgrace, I think. You talked about tech agnostic approach, and you talked about the three options. It's got to be a fix. What are those three options again?
Fixed wireless, which we all know is Wi-Fi.
Right.
Right? Fiber, laying cable, or satellite. Any of those three serve broadband, and we should be agnostic to which one.
So some of the folks in my district and state are concerned that we want to get everyone hooked up, and it's got to be the right system. Satellite is not going to work all over Missouri. So we're going to get the system that actually works, right, for our money. All right.
Yes.
I hear the light tap of the chairman. It's a gavel. I will yield back.
Mr. Laurel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of things. I gather, and I'm just going to assume that is to know that you're not going to post how and where, how and when American taxpayers' dollars are being used for what programs. That's the issue of the apportionment, which is again legal. So it's a legal issue there. You're not responsible, but you can get back to your OMB friends and tell them that they are liable for penalties when they come contrary to the Anti-Deficiency Act. Food for farmers. Let me just, what you said there. U.S. food aid programs, across USDA, purchased roughly $1 billion worth of grain from farmers across the country. So one farmer
What's up,
from
Bucket?
Illinois said,
How you doing,
to
man?
kill that program is a disaster. It's morally bankrupt.
Legs to
and
where
it
this could
hurts the
go?
farmer's
Back to
bottom
50?
line. USAID spends $2 billion annually on U.S.-grown agriculture for humanitarian aid, losing even a portion
She got pretty
of that
bearish when
has
we lost
already been a
85.
disaster for farmers. I want to talk about the spend plan because, lest you know, this is the public law. This is
What a
it,
fucking
which,
insanely perfect rejection
requires
off
you,
of
the
VM.
CR, to provide a spend plan detailing how you will use taxpayer dollars at the program, project, and activity level. You provided a bare bones spend plan with only account level numbers, no details, no transparency for the American people. You are out of compliance with the law. I'm asking you, when are you going to come into compliance
Unfazed
with the law
dumping? Yeah,
with the
failed
spend
breakout.
As I said, as far as I know, we are in compliance with the CR, but I will happily
There's
go back.
another supportive
No,
trend
right. I please, and if
that
you
might
please
open
let
up
us
another
know when we
entry,
are going to
but risk
receive
way
the
riskier.
details that we need for this effort in order to be able to do our business. This is an appropriations committee. We need to know how much, where it's going, what are the specific programs. We just can't make a decision saying this is the pot of money we need, but we have no specificity about where it is going. And I just might add, you're not the only agency that is not in compliance. So I'm going to ask you, give us a time frame when you can get back to us with the detail.
I will take it under advisement. I will talk to my advisors and
Okay, what I was just saying, Mr. Chairman, I believe we need to have an answer on when that data is coming before we decide what it is that we are going to spend and appropriate with regard to the Department of Defense. I was listening on trade deals, et cetera, and this is, I will just state this. We're looking at doing a trade deal with Lesotho. Whoa. I know they have a lot of penguins. I don't
We're
know
not
what
spending
else
time on
Lou
that.
said.
Don't worry about
No, well, yeah, but I think it's important to note that Mr. Musk, who's now gone, I don't know if his contract is gone, for Starlink in Lesotho. Let's just talk about what these deals are beginning to look like. Trade and tariffs. At one point, you said about whether or not the cost would go up. You said that's, quote, silly. That is silly, that they will not go up. I think Congresswoman Dean and I were at the same meeting this morning where the National Retail Federation is beside themselves
We're
with
V.
the uncertainty.
There's a little bit
and
of
with the
support here
struggle
at 60.
of what's going on.
Bigger support at
with
50.
small businesses. 99.6% of businesses have fewer than 500 people. 40%, they provide 40% of the wages are paid by small businesses. They will struggle if they're in a higher tariff environment. And the question of uncertainty looms large on there. Tariffs, taxes on the American people. Let's face it. American people are desperate for help with the cost of living. These trade policies are, in fact, causing it further. The Yale Budget Lab estimates that tariffs will lower American households' purchasing power an average of $2,500 this year. $2,500, most households who live paycheck to paycheck do not have. Mr. Secretary, $2,500 is not a lot to billionaires, but it's a hell of a lot of money for Americans who struggle with groceries, with health care, and with housing costs. This administration, the president said that costs would come down on the first day. What the administration is doing is making it worse, and the level of uncertainty is providing chaos. It harms our economy, it jeopardizes small business, and it stifles the investment that creates jobs. We need to know what you're doing, how you're doing it. I thank the chairman again, but it can't be, you know, God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. You need to face the facts and be truthful about what's happening with the trade policies and other areas that this administration is engaged in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I disagree.
I'm sure you do.
Mr. Strong.
Secretary Lutnick, Huntsville, Alabama is home to the National Weather Service Forecast Office. Could you elaborate on your plans to deploy an experimental AI-based forecast system?
Sure. The way we've
This is
been
going
doing
down
it
hard on
is
short
we've been
puts
taking
closing.
data in and doing it
Got some down at
consistently over the last
50,
20 years.
and then we kind of run
AI
out
systems can then
of
take
bot puts to the downside
weather
until it gets
patterns
like
of the world,
35.
examine how they respond to each other, and do much better and be much more efficient, much faster, and much more learned. So we're going to take research, technology, and the enormous amounts of data that we collect, and we continue to collect, and we are only going to continue to collect more going forward, and we will just become much, much better at forecasting dangerous conditions to protect Americans.
We definitely know about those dangerous conditions, and we've seen it in the last couple of weeks across the Southeast. How can we work with you to ensure that my district's existing expertise and capabilities are leveraged to support and collaborate with you during this significant effort?
I look forward to meeting with you offline. I'd be glad to go through that and help you do it together. Sounds great to me.
Thank you. Recent reports by NOAA and other federal agencies have highlighted significant concerns regarding China's distant water fishing fleet. Notably, in September of 2024, NOAA denied U.S. port privileges to certain Chinese flag longline vessels due to their involvement in illegal, unreported, and unregulated IUU fishing activity. Mr. Secretary, given these recent developments, what specific measures is the Department of Commerce implementing to enforce trade restrictions against Chinese food products linked to IUU fishing?
Under the Biden administration, we were not even allowing our fishermen to use our 200 miles of exclusive fishing zone for ourselves. And of course, when we weren't out there fishing, guess who was out there fishing, right? Our adversaries just go in. If you're not there, well, they're going to fish there just the same. So the idea was, first, we allow all of our fishermen the maximum usage they possibly can because we protect and care about American fishing. We care about it. And the second, we are going to hold accountable anybody who poaches, who breaches, is in our space or near our space. We're going to go and make sure they cannot have access to our markets if they do so.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, the American farmer is suffering. Commodity prices are low. Many countries have taken advantage of the American farmer. It appears that we're buying beef from other countries rather than buying from the American cattle farmer. What is the number one thing as Secretary that you can do to help the American farmer?
We, in trade deals, can open the market. Beef in the UK, ethanol, corn, right, in the UK, cereals in the UK, in Europe, in India. India won't buy a bushel of our corn. If they buy ethanol, right, then that will help our corn farmers. So we've got to open these markets, beef, poultry, pork. You won't believe how poorly our farmers are treated, our ranchers are treated, and our fishermen are treated. We weren't allowed to sell lobster in the UK. And you'd say, oh, come on. If you read the way we are treated so badly, you would understand why the president is on these trade deals. Make it fair for our people. I always lead with agriculture because we're just treated so badly. If you read it, you would just keep shaking your head. I can't believe it. I didn't know it when I wasn't here. And when I first read it, I said, oh, come on. And it's all sort of old rules that are just not true anymore, and we're blasting those open. And that's what I'm going to do for our farmers, our ranchers, and our fishermen.
I'm thankful for what you're doing, and these trade agreements have got to stop where America's being taken advantage of, and I commend you and your staff for what you're doing. I know it's a lot of hours being spent, but we're in a process of resetting America, and the American farmer and the American automobile industry will be better because of it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Ivey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up, Mr. Secretary, with respect to the chair's questions about EDA. You mentioned 80 programs with respect to, which sounded like maybe the same 80 programs you were talking about for MBDA.
Yeah, from the GAO, and I'll send you that report. You've asked for it, I will find it, and I will send it to you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Real quick point, you know, the prices will come down point with respect to the impact on small businesses and retail and the like. I just want to say that, you know, I've got a lot of small business. I'm sure there are plenty across the country who can't wait. You know, they're really up against the wall right now. The wolf is at the door. Their businesses are at risk of being shut down. So the faster this resolves, the better. I know you mentioned July 9 with respect to the tariffs, and that can't come soon enough. And I hope that whatever happens on July 9, there is some effort to pay attention to what's happening to these businesses in the country. They're multinational, you know, corporations, they'll survive, but smaller businesses that are really, you know, struggling to make ends meet, they don't have that luxury. They don't have that kind of margin. Real quick on NIST, and you heard him, I think, from both sides of the aisle with respect to the need for a budget that gives more detail. And actually, I just saw you testified. I think you
What
said
do you mean Powell quit?
you're reviewing all 5,700 contracts that, I don't think it was FEMA, but it was NOAA. And you said you're reviewing all of them. And so someone who's gonna...
All above $100,000.
Yeah, okay. Someone who pays that level of attention to detail when you were a CEO, I'm sure that you demanded something better than the skinny budget when you were making corporate decisions for your business. You had to. And I know that when you go through these contracts in the way that you are, that's the attention to detail that we want to actually provide in our roles here in Congress and in functioning and carrying out our aspect of the appropriations process. So please give us that level of information so we can do our job carefully and closely too. And then real quick point with respect to NIST. again, in the skinny budget, there's a $325 million reduction under that category. I don't really know where the money's coming from. But NIST is a critical agency, as you know, with respect to cyber and quantum and the like. You got a letter from, I guess, in concern about this, Software and Information Industry Association, CCIA, ITIF, Center for Data Innovation, a bunch of private industry leaders, TechNet, raising questions about where these cuts are going to come from and what's being done with them. The work done at NIST is not just a matter of maintaining technical excellence, it's a direct investment in ensuring that American industry continues to set the global benchmark for innovation. And we emphasize that NIST work represents a high-value investment that directly contributes to U.S. economic growth, competitiveness, and technological leadership. We caution that downsizing NIST or eliminating these initiatives will have ramifications for the ability of the American AI industry to continue to lead globally. So I share those concerns. I'd like to add to the record this article, Eric Geller, NIST loses key cyber experts and standards and research. For the record, NIST is playing a critical role in our competition with respect to AI for quantum across the board. I don't know what cuts you're talking about making with respect to them because of the level of or lack of detail with respect to the budget. But please be careful in the cuts that you make here. I don't know that any of them are justified necessarily. I can't really tell. But cutting NIST at this time, and that chart I tried to show you that you couldn't see, the quantum competition, we need all hands on deck. This is a critical time for the United States right now. Making cuts to those industries or to those aspects of the government, they're such key players with respect to the industries. This couldn't be a worse time to do it. So I appreciate
Sounds like
the
it's real
leadership
fucking
on this and
bearish
hope
under
that you will
300.
continue to make sure that the United States can take a leadership role in these industries.
We are not cutting in quantum. We are not cutting in AI, but there are old programs that need to be re-examined, and that money can be used better. And the last thing I would say is we keep talking about small businesses. 90% of our businesses are American businesses, and we keep talking about 10% that import. If you build in America, you're being protected by the tariffs. It's good for small business in America that build in America. 90% of them build in America.
Not all businesses build in America, as you just heard from
90%.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Mrs. Dean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks for hanging around for a second round. I wanted to first, Mr. Chairman, just offer for the record some articles and documents. The first is a Washington Post article of this week entitled, "We Are Witnessing the Suicide of a Superpower." The second is, as Ranking Member revealed, the report from Yale Budget Lab titled, "The State of U.S. Tariffs, June the 1st of this year." One of the highlights, American consumers face the highest average tariff rate they have endured since 1938, the Great Depression. The next one, U.S. Trade document, U.S. Trade Representative titled, "Reciprocal Tariffs Calculations and the Flawed Formula." I'm sure you know this formula very well, Mr. Secretary. It is incoherent and flawed. I enter that for the record. And a New York Times article, April 7th, the Trump White House cited my research to justify tariffs. It got it all wrong. And the final one, which was revealing of my use of the banana here, "Bananas to car seats. Walmart warns of price rise due to tariffs," for the record. Without objection? Thanks so much. I want to ask you about, I was interested in what you said to Mr. Morelli in terms of the mission and some of the language you used, the mission of your department, to protect, defend, and enhance business in America. That was a good summary?
Sounds good.
I think that's what you said. I tried to write it down fast.
Still sounds good.
I just wonder, did
Pickle
your department,
underscore
did you
mortified
personally,
10
or
hug
your
gang, put their
department,
pickle in my
whose
jar.
mission
I
that
want
is,
1 day trade
have
available.
any problem with the
Slipped in
president's
and missed the
recent
dip, so
trips
when we went and
overseas
tickled Vienna, I
or
bought
the
5.59
development of
60s
his
for
business and his
1.20.
family's business around
10 bagger
Bitcoin,
on the trade, special
meme
hug for
coin,
Gamma Strike paying itself
fundraising,
off in 1
or
day 5.
investor raising dinners? Any worry with the Department of Commerce, with the president and his family growing their own business while on the job?
My trip to the Middle East was extraordinary in that
sure.
we came
I'm
home with
asking you about
And one day, trade
$5.1
available,
trillion
slept
of
in, missed the
investment in
dip.
America.
So
It
we
was
went, tickled VN.
amazing.
Mr.
I
Lutton,
bought
I'm
59.60s
asking
for
you, did the
$1.20.
question of conflict
10
of
bagger?
interest come
Fuck
up
yeah, dude.
for the leader of the free world?
No.
No? I think you will
Special
have
hug for
team
Gamma
of
Strike
lawyers take a
paying
look at that.
itself off
It
in
is
1
grotesque,
day.
the way
For the
this
year.
president is using his office to enrich himself, his businesses, and his families. That ought to be something you're interested in. I want to tell you something I agree with you on, and I agree with the president on, the closing of the de minimis loophole. You're absolutely right. It hurts retailers when stuff comes in here, package after package, order after order, under $800, no tax,
No problem,
no tariff,
halitosis. Nice,
no
dude.
review. It hurts retailers. But I know the other reason that I believe the president is interested in that is in tackling
Several customers
the
say New York
precursors
City
of fentanyl and
GameStop
making
punctured
sure these
switched 2
packages
screens
don't come in,
by stapling receipts to the
unabsorbed,
front of the
unknown,
box.
and then off to Mexico to only come back manufactured and to kill our children. So I want you to know, I want the president to know, that's a good thing. And I hope it brings great revenue to our Treasury. It should. We have passed on that at the expense of our children and at the expense of retailers.
Thank you.
So please take that back. And finally, I guess I want to tell you, do you know when we met? I don't know if you remember. We met once in Davos. We had a very interesting conversation. And you told me some of your backstory. And this goes back to where I started with stability. I think it is very well known that when you began college, your father died. And what a trying time that must have been because your mother had predeceased. And you were at Haverford, very near my district. And Haverford College said, stay. You stay. Get your education. And you did. And they offered you that stability at a time when you must have needed it most. I had a similar experience. My father died when I was in my 3rd semester of college, suddenly of a heart attack. Difficult. We were all wobbling for quite a while. But his company offered scholarships to kids who lost their parents. And I got a scholarship to go to law school, offering me stability that I had no idea I would ever lean upon. I take you back to that, because what have you done in the meantime? You rewarded Haverford. You're making sure that other kids get that stability. Please take that back into your work in the Department of Commerce. You know stability is what our consumers, our constituents, our businesses, our banks need. This is not stability. It is an incoherent tariff policy that is costing every single one of us.
Mr. Mervyn?
Mr. Secretary, during our first exchange, we talked slightly about Nippon. My first question will be is, with that deal, you said you agreed, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. Were you in the room or at the table for the CFIUS agreement, and what was your recommendation?
I can't really discuss the particulars, but generally, we came to the view that the deal would be good for America. The president came to the view it would be good for America, and we are discussing how to make sure that protects the USA and America. And,
So
and
in
those
the beginning,
discussions are ongoing
in the beginning,
right
the
now.
administration, when he was a candidate, was against the deal.
Well, the terms of the deal did not protect America, and he's interested in making sure the terms of the deal protect America.
And I agree. So I represent Northwest Indiana, Gary, Indiana, one of the top steel producing. One of the concerns with the USW, the union, is to specifically make sure that the investments that have been agreed upon, that those—
You can say promised. How about that?
See, that's my concern. You're right, promised, based on market conditions. So these are real-life individuals. My father came over from grandfather came over from Czechoslovakia, ended up in Northwest Indiana, worked in the steel mills. Families everywhere around my district. It is our economic engine. You have passionately talked about how it is a national security issue, right? So with that, many promises have been made. First and foremost, to my steelworkers, just a recommendation. The USW wants a seat at the table because they are concerned about disinvestment in their union blast furnaces that will go to non-union shops in other parts of the country. So in my district, which I'm here to protect, that our concern level is to make sure that the administration hears the voices very loudly and clearly from my district, that we want assurances, not based on market conditions, that this investment, promised investment, will protect steelworkers' jobs and tradesmen who provide the maintenance on those blast furnaces. So what are you going to do specifically, not broad strokes of what's going to happen, specifically, what are you going to do to protect those jobs in my district?
I agree with you. My understanding is the president agrees with you.
Still a little bit of bot
And I
calls at
think
70
the end
here.
result of the transaction with Nippon will agree with you.
What are some of the specifics, or can I get a commitment from you that the USW union representation leadership will have a seat at the table to protect their interests in U.S. Steel?
I think the best I can say is that the president understands their concerns. I understand their concerns. I have met with the Steelworkers Union, and I understand their concerns.
Do you understand that this creates uncertainty, unpredictability for families who want to make sure that they have a secure income, health care, secure pension, that uncertainty causes great disbelief in what is going on? And specifically, what are you going to do to protect those jobs? I understand you agree with me. We agree that a $14 billion investment on top of a regular $14 billion investment, that's pretty good. But what are you specifically going to do to protect those steelworkers' jobs?
The President of the United States flew to Pittsburgh and
I saw the press conference. I've got a minute. What are you specifically going to do? I saw the press conference. I saw it. I saw the rally. Specifically what are you going to do?
The President of the United States will direct what he wants to do, and I will assist him in doing so. He knows the Steelworkers Union concerns, and I think they will be very happy with the outcome.
Okay, so time is of the essence. They want a seat at the table so that there's not disinvestment in my community and investment in other
still
parts of the community,
valid.
which would have cheaper
I haven't
labor.
gotten in
I
due to
want to
the
make sure that I
45
articulate that to
confirmation.
you.
I would still
Then
wait for a breakout of the
ultimately,
trend.
I also want to ask about, with the Nippon deal, if there is
I'll have to see if support builds
reshoring
to the downside on
manufacturing
it,
and
but
there's
yeah,
a
it
50%
was,
tariff around the world on
it got
steel,
rejected
correct?
at trend.
Nippon
so.
now is an investor in U.S. Steel. Please tell
Near
me
term,
if
no.
they are going to be able to circumvent that 50% tariff and ship.
But it could get
No.
support here
No.
or here.
No. If
Okay.
they make it in America, you don't pay the tariff. If you make it anywhere else but America,
kind
But
of
a
failed.
anywhere else, you're going to pay.
But are you following
But
me? A
could be
foreign
support
country
at
is
40
investing in an
and then
American
push
company
up.
to
Great.
circumvent those trade policies or to the tariffs.
If you hire Americans and you build it here, you don't pay the tariff.
Okay.
So if a foreigner builds, good for them.
Okay.
But in America, with Americans,
Know that, I just want to close in saying, know that I agree a $14 billion investment in the infrastructure of our steel industry is a good thing. But understand how vitally, gravely important it is to the steel workers, to my community, to my economic development or my economic engine. that
Time of the gentleman
You
has
stand up for those
expired.
jobs. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Secretary, you have been so generous with your time. I'm sorry that we went over what we had intended time-wise, but it was worth it from our point of view. We look forward to working with you to be sure that you're a success, and we're very impressed with your exuberance
Change up to
in the work
80.
that you're upon now. So good
Right
luck
now?
to you. We
No, I
wish
don't
you
think
well,
so.
and we want to stay in touch with you to try to help to be sure everything works out. Number one.
There's bot puts at
So that
75, 80,
concludes
70,
today's hearing. We
and
want to
the
thank our
calls kind of
witness,
top
Chair
out at
Lutnick,
70.
for being here and sharing with us.
So unless
his
things
plans
reposition,
for
this
the
should be
future.
resistance.
Without objection, members may have 7 days to submit additional questions for the record. The subcommittee stands in adjournment.
There are a shitload of sold puts at 70 still. Holy end-phase Dorito? Yeah. It's got a little bit of a Dorito going on. Is 50 breakable? Very unlikely. Maybe tomorrow it could happen with the data, but one sec. Hmm. What on ES? I don't think we've tested 6,000 yet on SPX. The high for today was like 99.70 or something. Yeah, we could end up largely in the same position we ended up in yesterday, but we got a couple hours. Hmm. The second test of VN might not be as sick a short. CoreWeave's negative 14%. Cool. VN on the weekly is at like 6,004 cents. But interest growing at 80 and 70. Couple calls at 80. Supportive calls at 70. Catching outside girl honored by the city of Providence, Rhode Island. Nice. Good speaker. I'm gonna call Elon right now. They having little cracks. New Bedford. Oh, I've been there once. Ew. About 5800p 0DT on the 60 test. Nice. Because your eyes were implying it was a great play when I said there was a bunch of support at 50. You chose to follow your interpretation of my eyes. Eyes are a red herring. The real tell is the hmm. You hear interesting? Your calls are on fire. Apropos. Hmm. Still a lot of bot puts at 80. Hmm. When all-time high? Wow. Doesn't seem like it's going to be anytime soon. Good first dump is. What about second? I don't know. There's still a lot of sold puts at 70, 65. Even if we get dumpies, they'll probably just recover. Look at this stuff in GS. I keep thinking 85 was going to be the hang up, not 80. Why? '80 and 85 are both resistance. Like the step up from 75 to 80 is not inconsequential. How have we not filled the gap? The one at 70 or the one at 65? He should talk more about how he's going to just let the Russia-Ukraine war continue with no intervention. The market liked that. Also, I wonder if the Kremlin's going to have any commentary on the fact that he's literally a day and a half ago denied knowledge of the Ukraine attacks on the Russian bombers, and then today was like, "Oh yeah, I totally knew about that. I told him not to do it." Putin's gonna be big mad. That's one way of putting it. Pull through. The Pickles picks up. Enphase is on one. It's hanging in there, surprisingly. What happened to the 3K 6020s? Well, we know they were bought, but we don't know if they were bought or sold. Or bought to close or bought to open, but there's still like 665 of them left. Like an 80. Still more bot puts coming in at 80. CCS is being a real bitch. Yeah. I wonder if the bot calls here at 80 close, because the 75s are already closed out pretty much. If the 80 calls take profit, this little bounce, this thing's gonna fail. Which is gonna pressure the short puts at 70 and 65. I don't think Tesla's board can remove Elon. How much money has Ryan Cohen lost on BTC so far? We don't know where he bought it. You know goddamn well he bought at the top. We don't know, but it was definitely the top. In that case, he's lost quite a lot. What was it, a 500 million purchase? He's down 8%. So 40 million bucks. Yeah, some of the 80s took profit there on the second test. More importantly, more 5980 puts bought. Give me 1 second. I'll bring it back. This does look like it's starting to fail. There's short puts at 70, then 65 that are supportive. However, if those start to fail, they could get squeezed out. I'll be right back. Musk launches poll on X and says it's time to create a new political party in America that actually represents the 80% in the middle. Question mark? What a bold statement. He's going scorched earth. This is what I said would happen. I feel like I described all of this in great detail months ago. The more he pushes, the more Trump will retaliate, and the more my Tesla puts will print. You did? This doesn't make me feel any better about Germany. I can't wait for the I could have Elon thrown in jail for what I know with what I know tweet from Trump. Oh my god, Spaceman, have you left SPX? You know Poopy's gone, right? You get CCCS and you get Tesla? I shorted Tesla at like 350 though, a while ago. Like back when it first tested 350. So I've been short since the middle of last month. I'm not leaving. Fuck yeah. You stay, I'll keep predicting things. UNH 295. Not taking long. Yeah, losing 300 was bad. UNH not so great below 300. I'd get Theta. I got Leaps because I figure whatever is going to happen between them is only going to get worse. And more retaliatory and aggressive. Because they both have personality disorders. Trump's still exacting revenge for the 2020 presidential election. This shit's gonna be awesome. I hope Trump spends the rest of his presidency fighting with Elon's massive fortune. Is now when we see the V? Support's at 50. Elon saying Trump couldn't have gotten elected without him is going to very much damage Trump's fragile persona so soon after Taco. This is awesome. It's okay. Tesla's only down 10% today. It must be a basket of overvalued tech. Tesla, CoreWeave, and Palantir all getting railed. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whose side Teal takes. Is Elon fighting Trump the next Liberation Day? No. As big a company as Tesla is, it's not equivalent to a breakdown in global trade. Too early to call the close? Probably. Yeah, I'd say it's a little too early. There's room to the downside to hit the bottom of the MM's expected move. It'd be weird though. I mean, I figure bulls would want to hold the 70-75 level into NFP. Otherwise, they're like overexposed to a bad print. The company in Buffalo called, said they're putting a package together. Chat GPT for the win. So wait, hold on. Are you saying that Chat GPT got you a job in Buffalo? And you're calling that a win. GPT for the L. That does seem more unfortunately accurate. Where do the Bulls go? They're above us, largely. And they bailed on their positioning when Trump said that he is going to take a stance directly against our largest economic partner on the war in Ukraine. It's shocking that the market would react in such a way. No, we're not flat, Bob. Our UNH 900Cs are not looking too hot. I don't have those. I took my normal 90% loss. However, my coin pooties are looking amazing. Only down 69%. I'm glad to hear you're just absolutely slaying McChuggets. Yeah, coin's kind of coming down. I owe it all to you, Gherk, and my risk management. I'm glad to hear that you're supporting Kenny and his market making endeavors. I just feel so bad for billionaires that have it so rough. Happy Thursday, Greg. Wishing you a happy, earthy, and fruitful day. Thanks, man. That's really nice of you. We're downs leading into a crash tomorrow. Probably just mean revert back to 70 and then chop a bunch. If I had to pick. Bad news. Something to break down the bullish positioning. I trade 0 TTs all the time. No, I'm not playing GME earnings. Nice, dude. I'm glad you caught it. Market can't handle 2 gray days in a row, can it? I mean, it probably can. Down $50. Yep. I don't think Elon fighting Trump's. I mean, it's a catalyst for Tesla going down. I don't know if it's a catalyst for anything else. Anything going on with Beyond Tips? Just cause? No, I didn't see anything particularly interesting. I suppose I should have expected spot to slow down here once they got 60 under them. I thought flatter gamma would make the 75 test come quickly. Gamma's not flat anywhere. It's very high. Very high gamma all around spot, with the exception of 70. That's what you get when you Nazi salute people, Bob. Total exposure at 59.70 is pretty low relative to the other strikes. You didn't watch Elon's speech that night, so how would you know? Are you retarded? Don't answer that. I said don't answer, Cobra. Did you just do a roll call? Are you gonna visit me in Buffalo if I take the offer? Fuck no. What possible reason could I ever have for going to Buffalo? You know they sell wings all over the place. I have other black friends. I don't need you, Rims. How fucking dare you, Danimal? Catch a what game? That was cold-hearted. I don't have any Persian friends, so I need you. You bitch. I hope you enjoy the frozen tundra of the north. I don't think the housing's all that cheap there. Would you visit me in prison if I got caught up? No. No, I would not. What's today's closing price? Yeah, I gotta be honest. Right now, it looks like either 59.70 or 59.95. Could you mail me pickles picks if I was in prison for $25 a month plus shipping? Also, you have to find someone to mail it to you. I don't like going to the UPS store. One second. All right. Why is it so fucking hot in here? Fucking 80 degrees in my office. God, I hope Elon just keeps tweeting all night. Trump tweeted too? He cracked back? Oh shit. Tesla has to bounce back a little, right? Does it? I don't think so. Hmm. How likely is 59.95? Not highly. So it instilled confidence in me that we're going to 6,500 end of week, especially the part where we tested 6,000 once and immediately rejected 100 bips. I wish someone would have told us what a nice range we'd have today and what the likely pivot points were. Could you imagine? You mean exactly what I did in Pickles Picks? I could. I could imagine. Alright, Void. Later, man. Let's do some market research. Also, you guys better not answer more questions on the fucking on the survey than people who've liked the stream, because that will be very sad. That's disgusting, not sure. I want to lose my job before I sub. This is a very interesting price to be at power hour with these consecutive lower highs. I plan on going yearly, but still grinding the GS table videos. Nice. Update, 200 likes, 19,000 viewers. No, we've only had 1,700 people in here today. I got confused in the poll. I'm both unsubbed and a beta. Interesting. My annual subscription money is going towards a down payment right now. What are you getting a down payment on? Electric scooter. No, I just want to know where people are subbed and why, or if they're not subbed, then why. You guys know the free Gamma Strike's gonna go away. No, beta access still isn't still a thing. Pigeon Whales have other shit to do, Cobra. I'm too dumb to use GS to make money. Interesting. Stream is just a black screen while you talk about how good Gamma Strike is. We could do that. I've already spent like 50 hours teaching people how to use it. We're never gonna do trials. The customer is wrong. GS prints money. I mean, I hope so.
Pickle_Morty510 Hubgang put their pickle in my jar when stock lower than purple line calls. When stock above purple line hits. It's like, not that complicated. Don't fear GS friends, embrace it.
It's not a bear market or a bull market or a kangaroo market. It's a ketamine market. Why is it not in a hole then? When stock lower than purple line calls, when stock above purple line puts, it's like not that complicated. Don't fear Gamma Strike, friends. Embrace it. What a lovely trading strategy you've built, Pickleboardy. Can you see who voted in their vote? Yeah. No, of course not. It's ridiculous. What's the end of day play here? What time is it? 3:06? I don't know. I figure at some point in here we'll probably get a bounce. Just because we've been trading flat for so long against support. Seems unlikely that we retest 50 again. Oh, but God, there's still a lot of bot puts at 60. I'm not sure how we get to the upside of them yet. Sold puts at 55, 50, 45, and 40. But also sold puts at 55 or 65 and 70. Tesla puts are paying, yeah. GS is an awesome tool with lots of data and a clear market edge. But I don't have the time after work day to watch all the vids and do the reading needed to use it competently. Not complaining. Okay. Thank you. That's actually helpful feedback. We're gonna be consolidating a lot of that end of day shit. Or like well, not the end of day shit, but the like the roundtables and stuff into shorter like form factor tutorial videos. And then hopefully that'll give more succinct information without having to go through the 50 hours of fucking roundtables. But to that same end, you know, if you have a question, you can always ask. Not quite 50 hours, but close to 46 and counting. Not that I'm not that I'm counting. Yeah, but after tonight. The Google real-time data chart might be the most boring thing I've ever looked at right now. Interesting. I recommend watching the GS roundtables at 2x speed. You get used to it. And then at normal speed makes Dork and JFresh sound ridiculously high. Can you consolidate all of Gamma Strike into a green or red screen for people on the other end of the autism spectrum from you? Thanks. Yeah, probably. That's very smart, Johnny J. I suggest making trade notes based on stream data. I take pics of the GS data and the SPX chart at the time of my trade, and then I go back to analyze and see why I was right or why I was wrong. Ooh, we could do that. Huh. Done with meetings. Are we now overly bearish since we have red candles? No, there's still a shitload of support here. Not that it can't get squeezed, and there are some puts being bought at 50, but... because it could. I guess the short puts could get squeezed here. Hmm. Dude, if we fail and get stuck at 5,900 again forever, I'm gonna jump out of my window. First story. Don't like sprain your ankle, man. That'd just be stupid. I mean, if we fail, that's a distinct possibility, just so you know. Tesla, a $1 trillion company, is down a little. Yeah, just a little bit. Oh, shit. Oh, I was not prepared for this. Hold on. Okay, we just squeezed through all of the short puts. Did the Trump war, like, Twitter war get worse? Oh, shit! Musk tweeted Trump's in the Epstein files. What? This is the best day ever. Trump says he asked Musk to leave minutes after saying he didn't. Uh, we really do deserve some popcorn. This must be so hard for people who are just big fans of both of them. We're living in an idiocracy. This is just beautiful. Anybody full port Tesla puts yesterday? I don't know, but did anybody, better question. Did anybody full port Tesla puts today at 300? We've already been 6 months into the presidency. Holy fuck. I hope this just keeps heating up overnight. I'm very excited about it.
Popcorn trader put their pickle in my jar. Hey glorp. Quick question. What the actual F? Elon is going to rage tweet until the Conservative Party explodes. 5.
Is Elon gonna rage tweet until the Conservative Party explodes? I fucking hope so. This shit is priceless. Gherk. I'm a stock god. My UNH 900Cs are down 95%. Still a chance? No. Never were. My coin pooties are now only down 40. How fucking far out of the money are your coin puts? Is there any support left? No, not really. 9,000. The collar at 9,000. I might be able to, like, save this shit at 25. 25 is like a okay level. There's some interest here. This is a big drop before NFP, though. I know I said I was going to chill on the couch, but what is this? Musk is just blowing shit up right now. Oh my god. This is fucking priceless. Hold on. This is what's moving the market. So we gotta look at it. Time to drop the bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they've not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, he's showing people receipts? Oh. This is the best. I'm gonna have such a great weekend. Someone's gonna fall out a window, aren't they? I mean, I don't know, but if someone were, Musk has a lot more money. Did Elon cross the Rubicon? Oh, yeah. Can the US government seize his assets? Yeah. Although, I feel like doing that would be a very dangerous move for them. I legit thought it was just a joke. No, it's pretty serious. They're definitely gonna do it then. Knock, knock, Elon. It's ICE. I can't wait to hear about how Elon's an illegal immigrant. After they gave him access to the treasury. No, I'm still here. Trump's on the phone with the CIA. Like, I need the best assassin you got. Only to realize that Musk fired them all. Because all the wet work contractors were listed as IT specialists. No. They were just Windows Office subscriptions. Man, I wish Poopy wasn't banned right now. He's not from the YouTube chat. I'm pretty sure you're not shadow banned, Ivan. Oh shit. I'm getting puts for overnight. Kind of feels like tomorrow could be a dumper. I mean, I'll get a straddle. Trump and Elon's relationship is currently exploding on the internet. Watching Trump and Elon bootlickers have to pick a side while their brain short circuits is amazing right now. It really is. This is American politics. Is it though? I mean, Vol's up a bunch. Now it is. Fair. Musk is unfollowing all the Republicans? Really? Fubo got cooked? Yeah. Make the market stop. Back to 70. Yee's getting involved? Kanye to mediate a temporary ceasefire between Elon and Trump? That can't be real. Don't fuck with me right now. I'm so confused. Why? Like, why we're back up again? Because short-dated puts took profits? I don't know. With the Trump-Musk shit exploding, we might close a little lower. Is this bounce well supported? 50s support. Ye real tree bros, please know we love you both so much. Butterfly 50? Yeah, it might not be bad. There's still 14 minutes left, but there's a lot of bot puts at 50 and 60. So I would say it's probably very likely that we close somewhere between like 45 and 55. There's some downside bot puts too, though. 40 and 35. I don't know if we sell off into them. Is Musk still tweeting? Did Musk delete the Epstein tweet after telling everyone to save it? No, he didn't. It's still there. I screenshotted it if you need it. I've got my own. What's the days the bulls levering up and pumping into close? I'm sick of these tug of wars. Yeah. Volatility is really too high for them to risk that. That requires basically just non-stop put selling all the way into the end of the day. And if anything rugs you at all, you just get fucking blown up. Battle of the Oligarchs. Yep. Discord, just FYI. What about it? Oh, it's disconnected. That's annoying. Sorry. Alright, the puts down here have printed. 35-40 puts. See if some of them close. I mean, there's no way this shit isn't bearish overnight. If I had a 10 bag of those strawberry candies on Amazon, they'll be here tomorrow. Congratulations, Grape Heaves. Trump posted that his biggest savings would be canceling Elon's subsidies and contracts. Wait, where? God, why don't I have Truth Social? Oh, yep. The easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's government subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. Yes. Trump speaking in 3 minutes? There's no way I can miss this. Now we know Gork is super short Tesla? No, not super short. But I did have some Leap 350s. Lies. Just like a few. This is amazing. I hope Tesla goes to 0. I can't believe we're getting a season finale when we're only 6 episodes in. It's one of those new 2-part seasons they've been doing. Oh, gross. Elon's actually pretty smart. Trump is actually the opposite. Who will win? Elon has more money than Trump. And just like that, the liberals could drive their Teslas again. I think every Tesla I've seen in New York City has been vandalized. Which is kind of dumb, but... Yeah, is Trump live? I've got to see this shit. Oh, he's not live yet. Ding ding. Huh, 40. A little low. Alright. God, that's gorgeous. So much more room to go, too. So closing at the bottom of the market maker's expected move for the day, right around 59.33. This puts bulls in a worse position going into the NFP data tomorrow, with the majority of their support previously at 50 and 75. A close here is definitely not ideal. For futures, that meant a drop and test of the lower trend at 59.2750, where we got a slight bounce but haven't really regained 59.52 yet. Obviously, the next step down here is probably around 59.15 and then 5900. And we'll see if that, carries out in the overnight session. I'm sure whatever Trump has to say right now will have some impact, especially if the event that he's speaking at is open to the press. If not, I expect their Twitter war will carry on until both of them pass out due to their drugs for sleepy time. US dollar slipped a little bit today after having some, well, a deeper drop earlier, but still mostly flat on the day. Euro up, pound up, and yen up, all against the dollar as well as the yuan. The belly of the curve swelling the most, with the 2 and the 5 year moving up fairly rapidly, but the top end of the curve moving up as well, more at the 10, a little bit less at the 20 and 30. Commodities rose, a drop in gold, but a very big move up on silver. And then agricultural commodities doing okay, and oil back above $63 a barrel. Correlation started to turn around at the beginning of the part of today, but then broke back down again. Still making higher lows, and we might start seeing correlation increase. Forward yield on volatility picked up, but leverage on the carry trade also rose from a low of the day at 8.32 up to 8.43. We got a bit of a drop in bond volatility yesterday, which is surprising given how hard bonds were bought up yesterday. But correlation on the 3-month continuing to rise, and so that might start to put some pressure on bond vol. There was a little bit of out of the money put buying yesterday, so skew still staying pretty flat in the range it's been in since about the 12th of May. And lastly, another slight increase in correlation between cash VIX and VIX, making it the 3rd consecutive day of increased correlation there. I would say that this is probably an early sign that we're going to see volatility open up a little bit, given that it's 3 consecutive days of increasing correlation. I don't know if this will be the catalyst for it, but it could be. I think vol is ready to move if given the opportunity. There's probably a lot of short vol that would pull back that's near dated on the chain. Breadth not doing so well yesterday, falling back to 53.17 percent of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, and then Fed fund futures still pretty flat, right around 1.2 to 1.4. And the bear steepener dropping a bit, down to 47.2. Overall, tech getting hit a little bit, a lot of cross correlation between Tesla and a lot of the Mag 7. So, those ETFs that contain all of them are going to sell if one of them drops in price as significantly as Tesla did today. And that gives us a rejection off of the upper trend and a little breakdown of the lower trend. This actually is a failure, and so does give us a little bit of a bearish bias into tomorrow for a test at 58.78, should it continue to break down. I'm sure Trump's remarks, NFP, and unemployment will all have an effect on this long before SPX opens up again. But 58.78 and 58.37 to the downside are fairly important levels. I think that's about it. So far not hearing anything from Trump on this meeting, but I'm sure the news will come out on that pretty soon. Is that live? No, that's also not live. Okay. And yeah, I don't know what Trump's or Elon's tweeting right now. He's still going off though. He's just like posting receipts of Trump saying great things about him. Clearly his media team was well prepared for this. All right, I'm gonna take off. You guys have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow. Later.